Okay, how about this? All right. What a room, huh? Okay, so we've got a great conference here today. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. And you can see behind me, the title of our conference is Understanding the Effects of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I think you're probably all aware this is a major issue. At the end of next year, the individual provisions and the estate tax provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act fully expire, along with a bunch of other business provisions we'll go into later. We were talking earlier about what to call this. Should we call it a fiscal cliff, or Tax-mageddon, or the Super Bowl of tax reform? Anyway, lots of time to come up with names like that, but we won't be doing that today. I'm Will McBride, Vice President of Federal Tax Policy and Stephen J. Hinton Fellow in Economics at the Tax Foundation. The conference is co-sponsored today by us at the Tax Foundation and the University of North Carolina's Tax Center and MIT's Sloan School of Management. We've got 3 all-star panels. You can see in the agenda behind us, I believe. First panel will address myths and misconceptions about the TCJA. It's moderated by Michelle Hanlon, Professor of Accounting at MIT's Sloan School of Management. Panelists include George Callis of Arnold Ventures and Catherine Monge of Capital Tax Partners. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. We'll take a short break then, and then hear from the second panel, which will discuss the domestic business provisions. It's moderated by Jeff Hoops, Professor of Accounting at UNC's Keenan Flagler Business School. Panelists include Bill Gale of the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center, Lauren Pons of Miller Chevalier, and Eric Zwick of the University of Chicago. Then we'll have another short break and hear from Tad Fowler of the Procter & Gamble Company. The third panel will discuss the international business provisions, and is moderated by Jim Hines, Professor of Law and Economics at the University of Michigan. And there are as well a set of great panelists on that one. I believe it's on the agenda behind me, or perhaps you have it printed before you. I'll provide some wrap-up remarks then at the end, and then we'll be on our way. But first of all, we're going to hear from one of the key architects of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Chairman Kevin Brady was chair of the House Ways and Means Committee at the time the law was drafted and enacted. He played a major role in shaping the law, the most significant overhaul of America's tax code in over 30 years. In addition to serving as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee from 2015 to 2019, he represented Texas's 8th congressional district for 26 years, from 1997 to 2023. We are pleased to have him with us today to give us his perspective on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Welcome. Thank you.
Will, thank you very much for the kind introduction and the invitation to be here today. Thank you to our sponsors as well. Tax Foundation has been iconic and a remarkable partner in tax policy for many, many years here. It is the world's leading nonpartisan nonprofit in tax policy. I love its mission, which is to improve lives through tax policy that grows the economy and opportunity. It's had great leaders through the years. Daniel Bunn is doing a super job, and I'm pleased to see Scott Hodge here today. Thank you for your legendary work at the foundation. So this is an exciting time. Major rewrites of the U.S. tax code occur once in a generation. Yet next year, lawmakers in Congress and the White House are going to have an opportunity to revisit the tax policy of 2017, and it is an unusual opportunity as key parts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expire. And for perspective, the need for tax reform had grown urgent ahead of 2017. As you know, we had one of the worst outdated tax codes on the planet, with one of the highest corporate rates. We were dead last among our foreign competitors. As a result, for a decade ahead of tax reform, our economy was growing very slowly, less than 2%. Paychecks had been stagnant for a decade, and regularly we woke up in the morning and learned of another U.S. company moving its headquarters or research or manufacturing plant overseas. Why? Because the tax code encouraged it. So at the time, House leaders of tax reform, what we sought was a new tax code that was built for growth, the growth of jobs, of paychecks in the U.S. economy. We wanted a tax code that would leapfrog America to among the most competitive countries in the world. We wanted to do it in a way that American companies could compete and win anywhere in the world, including here at home. We wanted to make America the most desirable location for new investment, and new research, and new innovation. And we wanted a tax code that drove that innovation, that drove that intellectual property into the United States, because frankly, the country that wins the innovation race wins the future. And it worked. I'll go in more detail in a moment here, but for the most part, while no tax reform is perfect, it accomplished the goals we set out. And it was the culmination of, at least in the Ways and Means Committee, between Chairman Camp, Chairman Paul Ryan, and myself, 8 years of work, 40-plus congressional hearings, bipartisan working groups, several drafts, the better way, and ultimately the bill, and it culminated in 2017, thanks to the leadership of President Trump, of then Speaker Paul Ryan, and then Leader Mitch McConnell. And I am especially proud of the remarkable work our Ways and Means members did throughout those years, and our professional staff. You know, we came back during holidays to Congress, came back during weekends, stayed to develop this work, and it was, I thought, a tremendous team decision and work. A lot has changed since 2017. There are new players in Congress, new coaches, in some cases, new rules in Congress than there was in 2017. Debt and deficit are dominant and will require Congress to craft a tax package that is revenue neutral or as close to it as it can get. China has become super aggressive in its public statements to dominate U.S. manufacturing and advanced technology. AI is driving research and innovation in a way that we've never seen in our lives. And so a lot has changed, and that is why this is an opportunity for lawmakers in the White House, not just to extend or make permanent, but to improve the tax code, to make it more pro-growth, to make it more simpler, more fair, to drive that growth that we achieved in 2017 into an even greater way. So in 2025, a key decision will be whether to extend or make permanent the middle class and individual tax cuts. In my district, that meant a family of four received about a $2,000 tax cut each and every year. We doubled the standard deduction and deficit for inflation, which the importance there, it protects more of the first dollars that you earn. And it simplified the tax code so much that today 90% of taxpayers use the simplest tax form without having to itemize, which is a big benefit for families. And it doubled the child tax credit, increased its refundability, and expanded it to millions more Americans. And the point I make about the individual tax cuts is that this is simply expanding economic freedom, giving people a greater claim over their earnings, their thrift, their risk, and their savings. I think that's key because in Washington, people often fight tax cuts. My belief as we were working through 2017 that giving people a greater claim over their earnings so they could live their American dream meant that government doesn't like that because they want those earnings to live their dream. And so expanding that freedom, I think, is incredibly important. Small businesses. Lawmakers are going to have to decide whether they extend or make permanent or change in some way the historic small business tax deduction of 20% available for many pass-through businesses. It was created to help Main Street keep more of what they earn reinvested in growth, in their employees, in the future. The 2017 reform also allowed businesses of all sizes to immediately write off the cost of new equipment, of of new machinery and software. This is key to productivity, really one of the most pro-growth elements of tax reform. Economic growth is going to be at the forefront of the 25 debate. The TCJA lowered the corporate rate to 21% and modernized the code in a way that U.S. businesses could compete and win globally. And when they succeeded around the world, they were no longer punished for bringing those profits home to invest here in the U.S. As a result, $1.5 trillion flowed back in the U.S. in a very short time. Economic growth quickly accelerated to 3.3%. Household income, research surged by about 20%. Investment on it for the average companies grew by 20%. So a lot of incentives to drive investment innovation in the U.S. But I think one of the most important results of the corporate and business tax provisions was the growth in paychecks. So in 2019, three things happened. One, household income grew more in 1 year than in all 8 years ahead of it combined. And in fact, the first 3 years after TCJA, the inflation-adjusted 9% growth in real income for individuals is the highest growth in 3 years ever recorded. In 2019, poverty, as you know, reached 50-year lows, especially for people of color, for women, for those with low skills, and income inequality began to shrink for the first time in 50 years as well, because the growth was coming from the bottom up, not the top down, and because the incentives of in the new tax code is one of the reasons this played a major role in America quickly recovering from the COVID pandemic. But the point I make about 2019 is that those goals of income inequality, shrinking, lower poverty, higher household income, those aren't just economic goals. Those are societal goals that we all ought to be embracing. And the reason I talk about that is that government didn't do that. Government didn't achieve that. This was our free enterprise system, giving businesses and people a little more economic freedom, the ability to drive toward their dream and make those investments, pays off in major ways to working families and individuals. And it was, I think, the part of the tax code I'm still the most proudest of. So that leads to the issue, I think, of the corporate rate. I think lawmakers in both parties should be cautious, very cautious, about raising the corporate tax rate, even though it doesn't expire in 2025. But some have proposed small, others have proposed up to 28% tax rate. That works against the incentives to drive the economy, to drive investment in a major way. It works against the reforms that since 2017, not a single U.S. headquarters has moved overseas in a big way. The corporate rate is, I believe, among, if not the most pro-growth provision within the tax code. It determines where you invest in the world. It drives innovation in a big, big way. And in fact, we saw intellectual property revenue double in the first 2 years after tax reform as businesses brought back their patents and their royalty revenue, again, driving the innovation in a big way. The 28% tax rate coupled with state taxes would drive America's rate to the second highest among our OECD competitors, higher than China, with slow economic growth, shrink workers' paychecks, and at a time when China and other countries are making serious efforts to attract our manufacturing, our research, our investment, this makes no sense for America to sort of self-surrender on such a key playing ground. I think lawmakers should heed Treasury Department, Congressional Budget Office, and even Treasury, all of whom have determined that workers bear a significant part of the corporate income tax, more than half by most accounts. And there's really no economist with credibility that denies workers pay a significant portion, a meaningful portion of corporate rates. So by Treasury's own formula, raising the corporate rate to 28% would impose a $500 billion tax hike on families making less than $300,000. The burden, the biggest burden, would fall on families making $72,000 a year. The middle-class families, I think both parties care about in a big way. And I always make this point about corporate taxes. In 2017, we didn't lower rates for corporations. We lowered the rates on corporations to drive the growth, the paychecks, the economic growth that we were seeking from the very get-go. There are also other provisions without congressional action. The estate tax, family-owned farms and businesses returns to a very punitive $5 million exemption amount per spouse, and exposing them to what I think is a crushing 40% rate, forcing them, many of them, to sell all or part of their family farm or business to pay the IRS. Many exclusions and deductions, including state and local tax deduction. Don't get your hopes up too high there. Alternative minimum tax comes back. Paid employer, family, and medical leave credit expires, so does the opportunity zones as well. And then on the international side, Congress will also wrestle with the international tax code, which now faces new complicated taxes levied by OECD competitors that no doubt will make American companies less competitive, will take a significant bite out of our tax base, will undermine key bipartisan incentives like research and development in the U.S., and hamstring in the future Congress's ability to write tax policy. And this is an area where there ought to be bipartisan agreement. America should control America's tax code. Certainly not an organization headquartered in Paris and dominated by 38 of America's foreign competitors. Congress should be writing America's tax code. And then I want to finish on this point. Don't be afraid of revenue neutrality. Especially as the debt and deficits have risen, it is a real concern economically and personally, I think, for many Americans and certainly lawmakers as well. In 2017, most people think we cut taxes by $1.5 trillion. We didn't. We cut taxes by $5.5 trillion. We generated $4 trillion of revenue to offset that growth, and most people didn't notice that. And that $4 trillion really came in two areas. Reforms that drove lower rates for businesses and individuals, and reforms that drove growth in the provision. In fact, most people didn't notice that we made corporations pay for 85% of their corporate tax rate. 85% of the rate was generated in revenue from reforms, especially in the international tax code, and give-backs by specific industries. This is an opportunity going forward to look at the parts of the tax code that don't perform, the provisions that work for a few versus the many, reforms that can make us more pro-growth, that can simplify the code, and do so in a way that creates fairness going forward. So I think this is a great opportunity. It is a tremendous amount of work to do this. Everyone will have to be engaged. I think there are bipartisan provisions. I know during 2017 that the ultimate vote was going to be partisan, but that didn't mean we couldn't include bipartisan proposals. So we briefed and met with Ways and Means Democrats, the New Democrats, problem solvers, trade unions, and others, knowing we weren't achieving their vote, but trying to find out what were important to them. And it turned out, middle-class tax cuts incredibly important, doubling that standard deduction, helping small businesses grow and expand, and modernizing the code so we saw manufacturing return to the United States, more innovation return to the United States. And I think this is an opportunity for lawmakers on both sides to begin with identifying those bipartisan proposals that will be the basis of the package in 2025. With that, look forward to engaging and helping where I can. But the truth of the matter is, I had the opportunity to to lead on tax reform. It was the most challenging and also the most enjoyable part of my time in Congress, and I'm a little envious that other lawmakers will get that same opportunity in 2025, and I wish them the very best. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Chairman Brady, for providing the comments and your wonderful insights on the TCJA and tax reform going forward. With that, we will head into our next panel. So George and Catherine, come on up. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So that was a perfect lead-in to our next panel, which is entitled Addressing Myths and Misconceptions About the TCJA. I'm Michelle Hanlon, as Will said, and I'm an accounting professor at the MIT Sloan School of Management. And today we have George Callis and Catherine Monget here on the panel with me. Both of them have a lot of experience in Washington. George leads the public finance team at Arnold Ventures currently, and there he develops evidence and analysis regarding tax, fiscal, and budget policies. George has had a lot of prominent roles, but most relevant to the panel today, he served at the Ways and Means Committee for many years and was senior tax counsel at the Ways and Means Committee, and then also to Speaker Paul Ryan when he became Speaker. And he was in both those positions during the lead up to the TCJA and when the TCJA was passed, so I think he'll have a lot of great insights into what was going on back then. Catherine is a tax and trade policy expert working at Capital Tax Partners currently. The work that she did that's most relevant to the panel today was that she served for a decade as former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's chief policy advisor on tax, trade, economic, and budgetary issues. She was a lead negotiator on numerous legislative acts, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the CARES Act, the PATH Act, and many others. So both Catherine and George, like I said, worked here for many years and developed a reputation for working across the aisle, and both have deep experience in the legislative process. And both were here, so I think they're going to have a lot of good experience and insights for us this morning. So as Chairman Brady said, a lot of the players have changed since the TCJA. So there's probably not a lot of deep, continuing institutional knowledge or institutional memory about the TCJA. For example, there's roughly 215 new members in the House since the TCJA was passed, and roughly 30 new members in the Senate. In terms of the tax writing committees, more than half of the Ways and Means Committee is turned over, and I think roughly 40% of the Senate Finance Committee is new since the TCJA. And obviously many of the staff are new as well. So what I was wondering if we could start off, if you could take us back to the TCJA and the time that led up to the TCJA and kind of talk about the process and the trade-offs and what was going on back then. And we can start with Catherine.
Well, I think to start the conversation on TCJA, you really have to start back in probably 2011. That was a time when there was bipartisan agreement that the tax code needed to be modernized. And it was also a time of discussions on fiscal responsibility. The PTSD will come back to many people in this room, but there was the super committee, there were the fiscal commission. There was a lot of just general conversations around modernizing the tax code, but I was working on the Senate Finance Committee on the time for Senator Cardin, and Chairman Baucus and Ranking Member Grassley had tax reform hearings, I think once a week for the entirety of 2011 and 2012, and so we marched through energy incentives, education incentives, deficit reduction, corporate rates. At the same time, stakeholders were coming in frequently to talk about international competitiveness and the corporate rate. I think I took over 100 meetings on the corporate rate, and I'm willing to bet that most staff who started after 2017 have only recently even had a conversation on the importance of the corporate rate. Just to give an example, at the same time, we were coming out of the global financial crisis, and so there were the beginnings of conversations around how government could and should help families participate in the economy better, how we could help families build savings, rise to the middle class, those types of things. And so at the same time, and I'll let George talk about this more, but on the House side, Chairman Camp was doing similar activities with his tax reform process. And so even though there weren't significant tax policy, like big reform happening, it was a constant conversation. And then in 2012, there was a Finance Committee markup of extenders. There was bipartisan agreement on tax extenders, in addition to the larger, more political conversation around what to do with the fiscal cliff. And so Congress, on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the dome, were having near constant conversations on tax policy in a way that I don't think has happened yet going into 2025.
Yeah, so I want to thank Catherine for not taking the opportunity to just look at me and say, yeah, what were you guys thinking?
I mean, I was getting there in 25, but I was just setting the table.
I don't want to thank her for triggering my PTSD. Going back to 2010, 2011, I mean, there's still people who refer to the super committee in 2011 as our long national nightmare, and I can't disagree with them. But yes, when I hear, and this kind of gets into maybe previewing the conversation about myths and misconceptions, you know, many of the opponents of the TCJA in 2017 criticized the process and said, you know, Republicans rammed this through in 7 weeks. And I was sitting around there saying, wait, I've been working on this as a staffer for 7 years. And so if we did this in 7 weeks, why did I have to work so many late nights and not see my kids for 7 years? But there was, as Catherine said, there was a bipartisan awareness that there were serious problems with our tax code. I think people have, especially those who today talk about how, they made the corporate tax reforms permanent, but the individual provisions temporary, forget that President Obama and to some extent candidate Hillary Clinton were talking about wanting to do business-only tax reform. And so in a sense, they wanted something along the lines of what eventually happened from a permanence perspective. I don't necessarily mean from a revenue level or distributional perspective, but there was certainly a bipartisan agreement for many years that the business, corporate, international pieces of the code to maintain our competitiveness in a global economy needed some reworking. The corporate rate was 35%, and there was consensus on getting it down to start with a 2, whether you thought it should be 20 or 25 or 28. That there was argument there, but nobody really, other than maybe some very progressive members like Bernie Sanders, for example, thought it should continue to start with a 3. There was a lot of work done, really kind of trying to channel the spirit of 1986, and the 1986 Tax Reform Act broadened the base, lowered the rates, and there were ultimately disagreements about whether tax reform should be revenue neutral, whether it should raise revenue to reduce the deficit, or whether it should be a net tax cut. And those differences probably were some of the hardest obstacles to overcome to move forward on a bipartisan basis. And then, essentially what happened was Republicans won everything in 2016, and that set the stage for, and I'm not gonna get into sort of the blame game of whether it's the majority being heavy-handed or the minority not having an incentive to work with the majority because they want to get the majority back. For various reasons, neither party, when one party controls everything, and we saw this in 2009, we saw this in 2017, we saw this in 2021, neither party really has a lot of incentive, or there's a lot of pressure on them from their constituencies not to work with the other side and to do things on a partisan basis. And so that was kind of, you know, that kind of settled that in 2017. And I also will add that the one thing that made tax reform happen more than any other thing was John McCain standing on the Senate floor and doing a thumbs down on healthcare reform. And when he did that, a lot of people said, oh, well, if Republicans can't do healthcare reform, they'll never be able to do tax reform. And actually the opposite turned out to be true. The failure of, whether you call it healthcare reform or Obamacare repeal or repeal and replace, whatever you want to call that exercise, that first reconciliation effort in 2017, the failure of that made Republican members of Congress so desperate to do something and to succeed at something that they were, as a staffer, I saw them willing to swallow a lot of tough choices. Even though it was a big net tax cut, the base broadening, don't forget that there was roughly $4 trillion over 10 years of base broadening on a gross basis in the TCJA, and a lot of Republican members who previously would say, well, okay, but we can't touch that deduction or we can't touch that credit, suddenly were willing to because they were desperate to get something done.
And let's kind of focus on that a minute, because you touched on the 86 Act and how one of the myths is that the TCJA was done very quickly and it was all Republican and not well vetted. I mean, Catherine, what's your perspective on that myth or misconception that people have?
I was very disappointed as a staffer and as a policy person to not have been involved in 2017 Tax Act. Felt like we had some smaller bills, much like 86, we had done some smaller bills leading up to the 2017 Congress where compromises had been made and relationships had been built, where I thought with the right attitude and the right work, we could have gotten certainly a corporate-only revenue-neutral reform, because I thought the work had been done to build some consensus. I felt like then-ranking member Neal had the temperament and personality, had a good relationship with Chairman Brady, and on the same side, on the Senate side, there were similar personalities where it was disappointing to have put in the work and not to have been invited to the table. And it's also disappointing from a policy perspective because there's no ownership of the policy decisions that were made in 2017 on the Democratic side. And so not only is there no ownership, but there's no understanding of the choices that were made to get to the policy outcomes that were there, which makes it more difficult when you're looking at extensions of any policy to understand what were the trade-offs that were made in the room. I think the bill would have looked different, but it would have been more stable and more predictable. I think that's one of the real challenges of working through a partisan process, but also through a reconciliation bill where permanence is sacrificed. And so I would meet with Republican staff, and I will say most of the Republican staff on committee and in leadership were my actual friends, and George and I can get a bourbon together and fight about policy and laugh. Like, that's not, but to say, well, we took some Democratic ideas and we put them in the bill, so we can't understand why your members don't want to vote for it. Like, that's not how policy gets made. It's just not. Like, we don't have to own the compromises that you made if we don't know what the compromises were. And so politically, it was easier for us to frame the bill in a way that I think many members in certain states believe led to us taking the majority. And I think if there had been more work on a bipartisan basis connected to with two stakeholders where there was ownership of the product, it might have been a different result.
I agree with all that, by the way. And I wish Catherine could have been involved in writing the bill. As I said before, I think once one party wins everything, whichever party wins everything, that virtually ends any possibility of that happening. I still remember Catherine and I having lunch one day and agreeing, like, it'd be great if the two of us could write a tax reform bill together. Now, I don't know that that bill would get 50 votes in the House of Representatives, but we would love it, and we would think it's great. And probably a lot of people in this room would think it's great, but I don't know that people with the actual member pins and the mandates from the voters would think it's so great. I also agree that I'll agree that, and I never did this, you can't just stick a couple of ideas in the bill from a moderate member of the other party and call the bill bipartisan. Hopefully you'll agree that Democrats also have done that plenty of times, like, for example, with the ACA. You know, Baucus puts a couple of Olympia snow things in there and then says, oh, it's a bipartisan bill.
So the ACA actually had one Republican vote coming out of the House. So it was bipartisan at one point.
Yeah.
But it's also, on any of these large bills, writing tax policy is hard. And to keep 50% of the experts out of the room really suggests that you're not getting the best policy, the most well-written policy. Different people have different experiences before they came to the Hill, different constituencies where they look at the bill differently, and I think you get just better written product, which ultimately is better for the community that has to implement the bill. And so the more stakeholder interaction, the more bipartisan interaction, I think you get better policy. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that the current Congress politically is in a place where that sort of perfect policymaking gets an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lesson of what Catherine is saying is that, in theory at least, the best sort of TCJA, hopefully permanent resolution of the TCJA next year would require divided government, frankly. I think if either party gets the so-called trifecta, I am pessimistic that there's going to be from a sort of tax policy, tax reform purist perspective, that there's going to be a good product that comes out. And I, in 2017, when you had when you were cutting out 49%, not you didn't cut them out. That gave every person in the majority a lot of leverage, right? Every senator, when you start off with the maximum vote being 51, because that's how many Republicans there were, and you need 50, every senator knows they have a lot of leverage, and they don't tend to use that leverage to simplify the code more, or broaden the base more, or reduce distortions more, right? It's to put more tax pork in there, or pull good base broadening, distortion reducing provisions out, and so you get a more sort of, as Catherine said, less sustainable long term, but also more patchwork product. Michelle was talking about the turnover earlier, and I think the numbers are even starker on the Republican side, right? I don't think it's proportional. The Republicans wrote the bill, and so few of those Republicans are left. It's astonishing, especially in the House and on the Ways and Means Committee. I think 5 out of 23 Ways and Means Republicans were on the committee in 2017 writing the bill. 5 out of 23 on the Committee of Jurisdiction. That means that, one of the most junior people on the committee at that time is now 5th in seniority on the committee. Like, that tells you how much turnover there's been. And so these members and their staffs look at all these provisions, I think, kind of in isolation, right? They made the child credit bigger. Do we think that's good or bad? Oh, they repealed personal exemptions. Do we think that's good or bad? And they don't know that there is a trade-off there, right? That dependent exemptions and the child credit are very similar provisions. And part of the increase in the child credit was just an increase. Part of it was a compensation for repealing personal exemptions. Everybody knows about the SALT cap. Everybody has an opinion on the SALT cap. How many people know that there was already a SALT cap in the tax code before the TCJA, and that was called the AMT? And but the AMT was a much more complex, opaque limitation on the SALT deduction, plus a bunch of other stuff. And that was not completely repealed, but basically repealed for people earning under $1 million, roughly. And that's also scheduled to come back. And so do we want to get rid of the SALT cap, but keep the AMT almost repeal? Because that's that would provide a SALT deduction even more generous than anybody's ever had. And so those kinds of the trade-offs that were made in the international space, lower rate, territorial system, but even though those provisions for the most part don't expire, the trade-off between bonus depreciation and a limitation on business interest deductibility. I mean, so many things where they fit together in this integrated way, and I think the turnover really risks Congress not understanding how the pieces fit together and just viewing them as a bunch of one-offs that were cobbled together in a bill.
Yeah. And how do you think that will more specifically affect the reform that will happen whenever it happens, next year or the year afterwards, in the sense that they don't have the institutional memory maybe on the Republican side and the Democrats weren't at the table on that side of the aisle?
I think it more so than just the expirations, it puts everything on the table. I think you're really starting over with conversations of what do you want the code to look like, but I also think the world has changed. And so I think both sides of the aisle have become more populist. I think there is less comfort level with the corporate side of the code, which maybe doesn't expire, in a way that I think means there's a lot more work to be done in terms of education and understanding of how these issues are linked and where certain changes might impact the larger economy.
And so, did you want to respond at all, George? Or no? Okay. So I think that covers kind of what I would say is the biggest misconception, in the sense that a lot of people thought it wasn't well vetted or not bipartisan at all. What are the other big misconceptions or myths do you think exist, say the top 2 or 3 in your mind, and how did they come to be, do you think? What was the source of the misunderstanding, and what do you think they are?
Should we alternate one at a time? Or? I'll start with the misperception about tax burdens, and I say this as someone who, in theory, has always been interested in revenue-neutral tax reform, but it was a tax cut. Now, a smaller tax cut than many people think, because I continue to be convinced, and I think we're seeing this recently in the campaign, that President Trump always viewed his tariffs as an offset to the TCJA that didn't actually get counted in the score, but raised hundreds of billions of dollars of revenue over 10 years once he imposed them unilaterally in 2018. But the polling on the TCJA showed that it was roughly split, 50-50 or 45-45 or whatever, with roughly an equal number of people believing that their taxes went up or down under the TCJA. And that's a ludicrous perspective, right? The estimates, or the number of people, or the percentage of people whose taxes went up was like single digits. It was less than 10%. And yet 40-something% of the public thought their taxes went up. So huge misperception there. Why did that happen? I would say the opponents of the TCJA, 2 reasons. The opponents of the TCJA did their jobs very well on messaging, and that it was tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, and paid for by by middle income and lower income people. And number two, before the ink was dry on the TCJA, the president decided not to spend the next few months touting the successes of the TCJA, but literally before the ink was dry, he had turned his attention to caravans from Central America and tariffs, and just didn't talk about the tax bill at all. And when any president does that, but especially this president, there's no way the congressional wing of his party is going to be able to talk about that thing when, you know, Donald Trump is not. They're gonna have to. They're never gonna break through in the media, despite best efforts. And the story is going to be about, you know, illegal immigration and trade. And I think that left a void. The legislation was never sold after it was done, and that left a void that was filled by its opponents.
All right, I'm going to do two because one we've kind of already talked about before. And that's that the law is called TCJA. And I think that's important because the Senate reconciliation process knocks out any provision that doesn't have a revenue effect, including the short title. And there's real limitations when you choose to use reconciliation. It doesn't allow the bill to be written, the bill is written specifically to meet reconciliation instructions, which means that you likely are ceding more authority to regulations. You're necessarily focused on the 10-year window, which likely means that it is going to be a temporary part of the code, and it's partisan. And so to not highlight that as a misconception, I think is missing the overall structure of why we're here talking about 2025. The other thing that I think is a big misconception is that tax cuts didn't pay for themselves. They didn't. Like, as much as we were told tax cuts pay for themselves, a study by a number of economists who you're going to hear from later suggested that for every dollar of corporate rate cut, it's about an 85-cent net revenue loss right now. And so as we think about our fiscal situation, which I think will be a significant part of the conversation in 2025. I think conversations around what is the impact of dynamic scoring will become more important because you now have evidence, and it's harder to string through between COVID relief and other things. But this tax cut was designed to be a net revenue loser. It was a net revenue loser, and therefore choices around extension probably put more pressure as well on revenue raisers within the tax code because it's such an expensive cost to extend these tax cuts.
Yes.
So, yeah, George, do you want to talk about the tax cuts pay for themselves?
Tax cuts don't pay for themselves, except in there are rare circumstances where they can, but that's not generally where we're operating when we're doing tax legislation. I think of the TCJA, people think of it as a 1.5, and we debate like, oh no, the score was, well, you know, hidden, there were gimmicks, whatever. 1.5 trillion, let's just stipulate that for the moment, that was the score. But it was really, again, about 5.5 trillion in gross tax cuts and 4 trillion in gross tax offsets. Unfortunately, from my perspective, there were some very prominent folks, mostly some very prominent members of the administration, probably a few on the Hill as well, who claimed that it would pay for itself. The vast majority of us who were working on the legislation and who supported the legislation knew that was silly at the time, thought it was a bad idea to overpromise because those promises wouldn't ultimately be fulfilled and it would be another easy attack. And especially a bad idea to overpromise because it didn't need to pay for itself to be justifiable on policy grounds, right? It could still. I'm a deficit hawk, but there is legislation that can increase the deficit and still be good legislation that should be done. And in this case, my personal view, I'm not speaking for my organization, but my personal view is that in this case, it was good policy and we needed to do it. It was one example. Many of us on the Hill were hearing from VPs of tax and CFOs at corporations about all the deal books they had sitting on their desks from people marketing inversions to them, marketing migration of IP, marketing sales of their foreign assets to foreign-owned companies. And they were just waiting, like, if you guys can do tax reform, then we don't need to do that. But if you can't do it, then there's gonna be a wave of stuff going overseas. And so there were good policy reasons to do it that didn't require claiming it was gonna pay for itself. In the lead up to the TCJA, we were at a staff level, you don't know what the dynamic score is until you know what the legislation is, obviously. But knowing the contours, the general contours of the legislation, we were ballparking that we were probably gonna get a revenue increase from macroeconomic feedback and GDP growth of about $350 to $400 billion. That's actually right around what JCT and CBO models ultimately said we would get. And so, you call it a quarter to a third of the cost offset by additional economic growth. That suggests that it is good pro-growth policy, first of all. And by the way, that's net of fiscal drag. So that's net of the negative economic effects of increasing the deficit. That's baked into those positive numbers. And so I think that told us, like, this is, on economic policy grounds, this is good even though it doesn't pay for itself. And I agree, like, it was a mistake to overpromise, and it made it easy to attack those overpromises and say, see, the law failed because it didn't meet those outrageous overpromises.
I guess when you're talking about overpromises, I would also point to wage growth promises that were made. In October of 2017, the White House came out with if you lowered the corporate rate to 20% and had 100% expensing, the average household would see a $4,000 increase in take-home pay, wages, salary. I think their range went up to $9,000. A couple of months ago,
it got bigger every time somebody would repeat it. Eventually you're putting your finger to your mouth and saying,
right,
$1
exactly.
million.
So I think there are economic studies out there that say maybe there was a $700 rise in wages and salary, but there's a study that I think came out of Yale that suggests that really for people making under like $115,000, they saw no wage increase at all. And I think that's really important, particularly as we look at inflation where it is, as we look at 50% of Americans think we're in a recession. Like, the reason they think we're in a recession is because they haven't seen the wage growth to make the purchases they need to pay. And now we're seeing a little bit of wage growth, but I think over-promising a take-home pay really makes it difficult for families to support a tax cut that they're not feeling.
Yeah, it's throughout my career, it has been, pet peeve is almost too nice of a term. The promising of benefits in the form of higher incomes and so forth immediately or in year one. If you're promising people that their wages are going to be higher by the next election, which in this case was a year away, you're basically making a Keynesian argument. The only way you're going to get results in year one is through demand-side stimulus, and that's not the purpose of this kind of legislation, right? If your goal is long-term supply-side, and I don't mean supply-side tax cuts pay for themselves, but supply-side growth through increased domestic investment, through increased productivity, which lets wages rise without inflation. That's not a year one result. That takes time to filter through the economy. And I always would say to many of my Republican and conservative friends, we're not Keynesians. Stop saying that. Like, Yeah, it's going to take time. I know you got to run for re-election next year, but that's not how this kind of economic policy works. And then again, you end up setting yourself up for getting accused of not meeting expectations.
We're doing one more?
If you have more, sure.
I have lots. But I think there is a misconception in Washington that Democrats hate everything about TCJA. I think if you look at Build Back Better coming out of the House, it largely accepted the international framework that was enacted under TCJA. It did make changes, it did raise rates, it did do country by country, but in terms of guilty, fitty, also in a time when Democrats could have completely torn it out by its roots and redone it, that is not where energy was placed. And so I think part of going into 2025 is also an acknowledgement that, as much as I hate to agree with George ever,
Don't do it.
there was bipartisan agreement that the international side of the code needed to be reformed. There was agreement around a lot of the corporate changes, the idea that the corporate rate needed to come down, maybe not to 21%, but that I think that some of those things still carry through, and that there is a space for bipartisanship as we look at 25 and as we look at the polls that suggest that that is likely an outcome that will be required.
So I think you guys talked about this a little bit, or implied it at least in your comments, but to what extent do you think the myths have harmed a party or strategically helped a party, or has been used strategically by one of the parties?
I think the messaging on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was done particularly well by House Democrats in races across the country. And I know that because we picked up a number of seats and took the majority, and we were able to look at statistics and look at things like how much of a tax cut was at the top in a real dollar amount versus at the bottom of the distribution table, and point to, I think it's 86% of the benefit went to those at the top. We were able to point to the SALT limitation and use those things to suggest to the electorate that Republicans were out of touch with their constituents, or that they were choosing large corporations over families and individuals. And I think if you talk to our majority makers, particularly in New York and New Jersey, the Pennsylvania collar community, or Philadelphia collar communities, they will say that that was very helpful for them in their first race. And so I think that highlights the need that no matter what you're doing in Congress and how big the policies are, you need to do the work at home with your stakeholders, do the town hall meetings, explain your votes, explain the policies, because if you don't, I think you're leaving yourself vulnerable to the other side cherry picking statistics that lead to a narrative or possibly a preconceived narrative that people believe.
Yeah, there's a real irony there, because back in the day, like a few years before the TCJA, when there were bipartisan conversations about tax reform and Democrats were more interested in business tax reform, Republican members of Congress were saying, no, we have to do comprehensive tax reform like we did in 1986, because we don't want to we don't like the optics of just doing tax reform for big corporations and not doing it for middle-class families. And we ended up doing comprehensive tax reform, and Democrats were very successful in kind of flipping the politics on its head and using it to still make it look like Republican candidates were favoring big corporations over middle-class families, even though we had done middle-class tax reform. And that's because I think they were able to successfully focus on things like the SALT cap while ignoring the trade-offs. I think there are a lot of middle-class families out there who think all Congress did for for them was impose a SALT cap, and didn't change the rates, didn't increase the standard deduction, didn't repeal the AMT. All they did was a SALT cap, right? And some of them voted based on that.
In terms of the results, or cherry picking the statistics, I mean, testing the effects of the TCJA is actually quite hard as an empiricist, because partly it's just that the tax reform happened at the same time and applied to everybody, and partly then we had COVID that happened. And so do you think staff or members kind of understand that the results of any study that we're going to do on the TCJA has some caveats that go along with it, or do they rely on these numbers exactly, or to what extent do you think they look at these studies or just pick what they want?
I think there are some members who are really students of policy, who roll up their sleeves and read the papers and really are very knowledgeable about how the code works and different parts of the economics and the studies. And I think there are some members who are incredibly good at the message, and that's why you have 435 of them, because the skill sets that every member and staff brings together hopefully leads to good policy decisions and understanding. I mean, since we were left out of the room in 17, we were absolutely going to attack it, particularly since it was the signature accomplishment of that Congress, which I think is different. I think there's an inside game and an outside game, and when you have a committee caucus or a conversation on taxes in this room, you can admit and talk about where are the nuances and what does this study really say, what does it not say. That's very different than what I would say on Twitter, X, or a press release or whatever medium I'm using to talk to constituents outside of the room.
I remember you banging on the door trying to get in the room, and we were leaning on it. And I'm being facetious. I will say I do.
I was doing it metaphorically.
Right. I remember in the early days of 2017 when Chuck Schumer and Ron Wyden sent a letter saying the only way we will participate in tax reform is if Donald Trump releases all his tax returns. Right. So, and that's why I say I don't want to play the blame game. Is the majority being heavy-handed? Is the minority just wanting to oppose for their own political reasons? Like, yes, but in both cases, and that's always the case, whether it's the ACA or other TCJA or other partisan exercises, both sides have their incentives and their pressures, and it just unfortunately, because I think it leads to worse policy, you end up with partisan reconciliation bills. I'm sorry, what was the question?
It was about how hard it is to test the actual economic effects of the TCJA.
The global economy is not a controlled experiment,
That's
apparently.
Right, yes.
And it's really hard. And correlation doesn't prove causation, and you have these. I won't talk about the reaction I just saw in the audience, but apparently I just destroyed decades of research. I don't know. But there's always black swan events, right? COVID's a black swan event. So is the financial crisis. And I mean, there's always the economy on a graph. The actuals, when you look back, don't look like that smooth CBO baseline, right? It goes up and down. There's always things going on. And so it's just impossible, and you can't just say, well, this happened, therefore the TCJA caused it. There were economic changes. There were foreign-led, policy changes. Ireland did some things around the same time. The EU did some things. So it is really hard, and that's why at my current organization we try to fund people to tease that out, and it's still really hard.
Mm-hmm. And I guess based on your experience looking forward now as we go into these negotiations, kind of more specifically, how would you say the change in the members and the staff will affect the reform negotiations and also these misconceptions? How much will they still play into the negotiations, or how do you think the staff could be educated, the current staff, maybe?
I think the good news is there's still like roughly a year and a half. I mean, I hear some TCJA proponents saying we should deal with this early next year. We shouldn't wait till the end of the year. And that sounds really great until you think about the fact that there is no way oh, and by the way, there's another election happening. And so there's going to be even less institutional memory next year than there is right now. There's going to be a bunch of new members who aren't even here yet, a bunch of new staff who aren't even here yet, and some of the institutional memory that is here is not going to be here next year. And so the idea that you're going to come in early next year, if you want good, thoughtful policy from lawmakers and their staffs who understand as much as possible, then we want to take the next 18 months to educate. Right? There's still time, a lot of time, decent amount of time to educate and to get members and their staffs up to speed. And I know, the chairman and ranking members on the Hill are doing that. The committees of jurisdiction are already starting to do that. Outside organizations like the Tax Foundation are already starting to do that. We're trying to figure out where we can put resources to help, increase that education effort. Whether it's partisan or bipartisan, I prefer sort of nonpartisan. Like here's what happened, whether you like it or oppose it, so that people are educated. And I think we ought to actually take the time to do that, so that later in the year, next year, members and their staff are much more up to speed and understand all the moving pieces and how things interact much more than they do today on May 23rd, 2024. Wow, it's May already.
I think knowing that this expiration is coming, going back when I started my career as a tax policy person in the Senate in 2001, and the reason I got taxed was because no one else wanted to do it, and I was the most junior person. As you can imagine, the tax cuts of 2001 was just as overwhelming for a baby staffer as these are, right? Because it's a big bill, it's very political. You had a new president in the White House, a 50-50 Senate, but the education efforts in the Senate were such that they hadn't done a tax bill in a long time. And so there were bipartisan briefings, there were think tank briefings, there were JCT briefings that I think they got a budget resolution. We got a budget resolution around April and passed the bill in the fall. But there was a briefing almost every day, and you could choose your own adventure in terms of understanding that. But I had also grown up in the House, and I just moved to the Senate, and so Russ Sullivan was the chief tax counsel, and he gave his direct dial to every single Democratic staff, and I would call every morning and be like, I don't understand these amendments. Please explain them to me. Why are you voting this way? I think those types of briefings create the relationships where you have a lot of resources to call. You have a better understanding of the policies so that you can brief your members. The members themselves had briefings, not quite so frequently, but a lot, so that if you're choosing to do this in a more expedited fashion, which I think will be hard, I think you also have to contemplate how do you use your outside groups, your experts, your academics, to make sure that the policies that are being enacted have the understanding of the members who are voting on them. And so whether it's teams or working groups or behind the scenes or roundtables in front, like all of those things really culminate in having a well-written bill and a well-reasoned bill. And so I think as you see the committees turning towards 2025, you have time, and that's always the thing that gives you the most confidence that the bill that ultimately results, if there's a bill, will be well-written.
Yeah, I think also you said that both parties have become more populist. Do you think there are other changes in the parties since the TCJA that will affect these negotiations?
I think the use of social media continues to make the public policy process more difficult. As a tweet can both change the tenor on the floor itself, people's understanding of the bill. You know, there's some huge statistic of people under 30 get all their news on TikTok. I'm not sure that a dance video is going to explain tax reform in quite the same way that the evening news or the New York Times or Wall Street Journal or whatever your publication of choice is. And so, but also the way that stakeholders interact with members has changed because of the changes in populism, where small dollar donors are much more important. Doing town halls where you invite the entire district into a room, members don't do that as much anymore. And so I think it's much more difficult to have a open dialogue with a lot of different ideas in the same room. And I think that just continues to get more challenging, and it has gotten more challenging since 2017.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's and a terrifying one as well with regard to the ability to do thoughtful policy. I mean, you just look at the tax package that's currently stalled in the Senate, a very modest, whether you're for it or against it or neutral, a very modest tax package that had some modest changes to the child tax credit in it. I think they're good changes. And on social media, there was a little, people started saying, oh, Congress is creating a new welfare program for illegal immigrants. This is by minor increases to the refundability of the child tax credit, okay? New welfare program for illegal immigrants that went viral in 5 minutes. And there was an uproar on the right. Republicans better not vote for this. They're selling out America again. I mean, you just think about that. That's what happened. Before I could even type a reply, it was viral. And there were, hundreds of thousands, millions of views, and people outraged. And it's like, when in that environment, when that can happen on any piece of a big piece of tax legislation, the truth of it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. All you got to do is say, oh, this is creating a new welfare benefit for illegal immigrants. And now, a huge portion of the country is opposed. It's daunting.
And it makes it more challenging to put a bill text out and let people view it, understand it, suggest technical changes, sort of the process that the most ideal bill writing would happen is not available. And it hasn't been available for some time, but particularly if you choose to do it through reconciliation, it is so much harder to do technical changes that it makes it much harder for taxpayers to implement the bill because it doesn't have that sort of sunshine process that you would like it to have. So then it's, how do you think about ways to allow some stakeholders to review it without it blowing up on social media?
So I think a lot will depend on the election, obviously, and you could answer this under various scenarios if you want to, but in your opinion, what are the key events that would need to happen next year or the year after to get good bipartisan agreement on a tax bill? Or another aspect to answer this with might be, how could we avoid having some of these same myths and misconceptions the next time around when we do this?
Well, I would start by saying the best way to deal with all of those goals you just cited, Michelle, is to have a bipartisan process. Frankly, I can only see that happening if there's divided government after the election. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how I think it should be divided and which party should win which piece. And There are other policy areas where you might say, well, it would be better to have not divided government. But specifically on this topic, I think the best outcome comes from divided government. I think that's the only way it's going to be a bipartisan effort, and I think a bipartisan effort will lead to better, thoughtful, more sustainable policy. And part of that is kind of like we saw with this tax package that's currently stalled in the Senate. You had a vote of, 350 something to 70 in the House. Oh, guess what? When you can have a big vote like that, you take away that leverage that like one member has to basically make the legislation crappier, frankly. You can actually
technical term.
You can, yeah. I think it's defined in Section 7701 of the Internal Revenue Code. Right, you can do for lack of a better term, a pure bill that sticks to the principles you want when you don't have that narrow margin that gives everybody leverage, and you can have a fairly sizable bipartisan vote. Frankly, I kind of like the idea of doing big bills on suspension and being able to pass them with a 2/3 vote in the House. The reason we have ended up there is not so great, but like that's kind of a good outcome, and I think leads to good policy. And so I think having that kind of, whether it's some of the pork, the tax pork that certain Republicans put into the TCJA. Frankly, as someone who supports the SALT cap very strongly on policy grounds, I think the best chances for the SALT cap to survive is bipartisanship, because then each party's relatively small SALT caucus then is no longer the deciding votes on the legislation. And you can lose them and still pass the bill. So that's just one example.
I don't remember our SALT caucus being particularly small, but maybe they just were loud, especially in the Senate.
They're bigger than the Houses, but I don't think they're right. If there's 300 and something votes for the bill, they're not big enough to stop it.
I also agree that in terms of stability and predictability, a bipartisan process would be the best outcome. And I do think divided government is how you get a bipartisan outcome. I think to add additional uncertainty and potentially opportunity into the mix, we are looking at a Senate leadership that for the first time in a long time, regardless of who the Republican leader is, they will have grown up in the Finance Committee on both sides of the aisle. And for most of my career, all the leaders were appropriators. And I don't know how that changes the conversation if it means it's more of a leadership-driven process. But regardless, you're looking at a lot of new leaders or leaders in new positions in both houses of Congress and potentially the White House. And so I think it'll be bumpy as people learn how to negotiate, what the negotiating styles are going to be, and how to work with their caucuses. And so I think 2025 will be a lot of inside Washington work, but maybe not so much progress that is seen on the outside as everyone gets their feet under them, as particularly if one or both houses changes or the White House changes, just getting in place the staff and personnel necessary to do something big like this takes months. And it takes doing some smaller things to get comfortable with how to do the big thing. And so I would not recommend holding your breath on 2025, because I really don't think the deadline is till you file your 2027 returns.
Okay, so on that optimistic note, do you have any other parting thoughts about next year or the TCJA or 2026, 2027, whenever you think it might happen?
Let me part with a couple of complicating factors. One, if Trump wins. One, if Biden wins.
Great.
If Biden wins, I think the Biden tax pledge, which is very different from like the Americans for Tax Reform tax pledge, because the latter is on an aggregate basis. You can't have a net tax increase overall in the bill. The Biden pledge is applied to each, 400,000 applied to each and every tax return, right? And so how you do tax reform, where there's winners and losers, and there's rate lowering and base broadening and things like that, where somebody somewhere making under 400,000 is going to have a tax increase on their return, that is a really difficult Rubik's Cube to figure out. On the Trump side, the complicating factor is tariffs. I think that's something that most of us, including myself, haven't really started to think much about yet, that if Trump wins, it is very likely, you know, for all of our lives, certainly from like FDR on, tariffs have not been a material component of public finance. They've been a tool of national security policy, of economic policy, of trade policy, but they haven't been a material component of the budget numbers. Or they've been used to achieve certain narrow policy purposes. If Trump wins, that can change. That probably will change. They're saying it's going to change. His inner circle is saying it's going to change. They want to substitute external tariffs for internal taxes as a major part of our revenue base. And I've heard estimates that his 10% general tariff without any behavioral effects, so this is very rough, would raise like $3 trillion over 10 years. That's the bulk of what it would cost to offset the permanent TCJA without any other changes. I mean, we're going to, tax policy and the fiscal impacts of tax policy are probably going to have to be, not only, the discussion's not going to be just tax, it's going to be tax and tariffs. And that's going to be extremely complicating as well, partly because the tariffs can be imposed unilaterally and are not necessarily even done through statute. I'll just leave it on that happy, note. We have a lot to think about, I think is what I'm saying.
So I think the intersection of trade and tax is becoming more and more, whether it's the IRA, whether it's the general concerns on global competitiveness, whether it's what's happening at the OECD. And while in personal and leadership offices, it's pretty common that the person who does tax does trade. On committees and in agencies, it is much more siloed, and I think that will be an ongoing evolution going forward. But I think more importantly, my parting comment would be thank you for all of you who showed up this morning. I think we're going to be working together a lot because you obviously care about tax policy enough to be here at 8 a.m. And I think we're going to need all of you and your expertise to get to a policy outcome that works for the American people and is stable and predictable and makes the most sense given all the other noise that's happening in Washington, regardless of who wins the election.
That was a much better closing than mine.
You want to redo yours?
No. I'm happy to let Catherine speak for me as well, as I always have.
All right, well, let me thank both Catherine and George for being here this morning and lending their expertise and taking the time to join us. We really appreciate it very much. Thank you. So we have a break now until 10 a.m., and then we will start back up. Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Thank you all for continuing to stay with us and not abandoning us. We're excited to have this second panel. Excited to moderate this panel and delighted to have three excellent panelists with me to discuss the domestic corporate tax components of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. By way of introduction, I am Jeff Hoops. I'm an associate professor of accounting at the Keenan-Flagler Business School at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm also the research director of the UNC Tax Center. Today, to talk to us about the domestic components of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we have Bill Gale. He's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and co-founder and co-director of the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center. His research focuses on tax policy, fiscal policy, pensions, and savings behavior. Lauren Pons is the practice co-leader in tax policy for Miller and Chevalier. Prior to that, Ms. Pons served as Majority Tax Counsel to the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Ways and Means, where she developed, analyzed, and refined the international tax provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. She also worked in Ernst & Young's National Tax Department, where her practice focused on transfer pricing, planning, and controversy projects. Eric Zwick is an associate professor of finance and a Fama faculty fellow at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Dr. Zwick studies the interaction between public policy and corporate behavior with a focus on fiscal stimulus, taxation, and housing policy. So to start us off, I just would like, Bill, if you could give us some opening remarks just about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, so we're all on the same page about what this law actually did and what the most important components of it were as far as the corporate tax provisions. Yeah?
Okay, so thanks for having me here. I would highlight, on the corporate side, I would highlight three things. The first, of course, is the reduction in the rate. The corporate tax was actually a graduated tax before TCJA, and it was converted to a flat rate tax. The top rate fell from 35 to 21. The second thing I'd highlight is the changes in the tax base. That is the expansions in expensing, bonus depreciation, which basically lets firms write off their costs faster, coupled with the limitations on interest deductions, which those two in combination move the tax toward a cash flow tax. And the third feature relating to corporations, but not actually a corporate provision, would be what is known as Section 199A, which are the pass-through provisions, which gave a deduction for certain types of pass-through income. The reason I highlight that with respect to corporate behavior is that firms can organize either as pass-throughs or corporations, so the relative taxation of the two organizations matters. But I would highlight those as the three major aspects of TCJA.
Yeah, I think often in talking about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we focus on the tax rate cut from 35% to 21%, whereas there were some pretty major provisions that changed the tax base. So you just told us about some of those briefly. Eric, could you tell us a little bit about the tax base, what we actually mean by tax base? And sometimes when we talk about tax reform, we talk about lowering the rate and broadening the base. What does that actually mean, and why would we want a broader base?
Yeah, okay, so thanks a lot for having me, and thanks everybody for coming. I was instructed not to speak like an economist, so that's going to limit my ability to speak, but I'll do my best to try and speak in plain language. The tax base is the thing to which the rate applies. It's the taxable income. Simply, you can think of it as revenues minus deductions or expenses for corporations. And for pass-throughs, it's a similar concept, but just sort of the owner's share passes through to the owners, and then their specific tax position applies. Bill mentioned a few of the ways in which the base was affected, like expensing and the cap on interest deductions. There's also changes in the net operating loss regime, which changed how much people could deduct losses. There was changes in the treatment of research and development expenses, the sort of credit and the expense deduction, the shift to amortization of those expenses, which came into effect later, changes the base. And then all the international changes in the definition of what's subject to tax and what rate is applied, I think I would also categorize as changes to the definition of the base. When people argue for a broad base and low rates, I think they're worried about sort of large changes in activity, like changing the location of activity across borders or the organizational form changes, like between pass-through and corporate. If you have low rates, having a broad base can also raise some revenue if you care about revenue. I would say also a reason to have a broad base is because each deduction has a lobby. And so limiting deductions, limits the power of those lobbies that are associated with each of the deductions. The flip side is arguing for a narrow base and a high rate, which is to say, let's allow deductions for all of the behavior that is distorted by the tax, and then just tax kind of pure profits or excess profits or rents. That argument sort of goes in that direction because we're not going to distort corporate behavior on the margin if we allowed sufficient expensing and deductions for all those things that would be distorted otherwise. I'd say right now we mostly have a system of kind of low rates and a narrow base with some exceptions, but that's just my perception of the current set of rules.
And so do you think that's the correct way to go, or would you prefer a broader base or an...
Oh, that's not up to me to decide. I think I'm just describing what I see.
Okay. So, Lauren, you were there when these policies were being discussed and drafted as Majority Tax Counsel in the Ways and Means Committee. What did you think, with the people in the room, what were the general goals of the tax changes in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? What were you trying to accomplish?
The biggest goals, I think, domestically were to have pro-growth tax policy. So some of the provisions that Eric and Bill referenced with regard to domestic business were meant to spur investment and encourage hiring in terms of job growth as well as economic growth. So we think about the lower rate, just moving the corporate rate down from 35 to 21% was certainly meant to do that because that money that you would have spent in taxes could go to other investments. 100% bonus depreciation, R&D expensing, so full expensing of R&D costs, as well as the provision that allows you to have an R&D credit. Those two things coupled together were also meant to spur growth. We see now that, Eric, you mentioned that R&D expensing has reverted to amortization, and so there's a lot of movement to try to go back to expensing because of the corporate investment in R&D, frankly, and the treatment of the expensing as opposed to amortization is less beneficial. On the international front, there was a lot of talk, and this began certainly before TCJA through the camp years, of U.S. multinationals' inability to compete effectively on the international stage. One, that was attributable to the high rate, deferral regime, worldwide taxation with deferral, so the lockout effect of cash being generated overseas, not being repatriated, because once it was, it would be subject to 35% tax rate. So trying to move from that to a territorial system with partial participation exemption, so the dividends received deduction for a portion of earnings generated overseas. And then for individuals, you think about 199 Cap A, meant to kind of equate the effect of operating as a corporation or as a pass-through, so you wouldn't have a higher tax burden necessarily for running your business as a pass-through entity. But overall, those provisions were meant to collectively spur growth, spur investment, use that cash for something other than taxes, the 100% bonus, investing in tangible property, machines, equipment, that sort of thing. So.
Okay, so it seems like the objective, I think we've heard this already several times aside from Lauren, is that we're looking for more economic growth, looking for more investment. I just want to go right down the aisle, starting with Eric, then Bill, then Lauren, and in one word, and then after you'll have a chance to expound upon your one-word answer. But first, to start with the one-word answer, do we think we got more business investment because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Eric, then Bill, then Lauren, and again, you'll have your chance for the more than one-word answer. Eric?
Yes.
Bill?
A little.
With the hyphen in the between
Right.
A and little, okay. Lauren?
Yes.
Okay, Bill, do you want to expound, or sorry, Eric, do you want to expound upon your yes?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, and Bill's little, I would say some, not say a lot, even on my end, but yes. I mean, this was, I think, the largest sort of business tax cut in U.S. history. I know the gross versus net cost of it, but the reduction in the sort of after-tax return, or the after-tax price of investment, the increase in the after-tax return was like non-trivial, and caused firms to invest more. I think, domestically, and also I think it had an effect on international investment for U.S. multinationals that increased their foreign investment. I think this is still definitely an active area of research. It is hard to measure the effect because, as Michelle mentioned, it happened to all firms at the same time, although some firms got bigger cuts than others, and so you can run a little experiment comparing the big cut to the small cut firms. I try to do that with some co-authors to measure the effects. There are other folks that try and compare the C Corps to the S Corps because they had different size cuts and try to measure the effects. We find fairly consistent estimates there. There's other research using foreign multinationals as a counterfactual instead compared to US multinationals, or using forecasts of investment growth as counterfactual. Across all these different ways of measuring the effect, it suggests that investment increased in the few years after the reform. Then there was a global pandemic, and so thinking about the medium and long run effects requires a little bit more extrapolation and structure, but I think the long run impact suggests an increase in investment, though that was quite expensive in terms of revenues lost.
You mentioned that you believe the answer was yes. We got some because it was such a large tax change. How should we think about how much we spent to get the investment that we got? Did we get a lot of return for our dollar in tax cut as far as investment?
I mean, so the way we've tried to calculate it is you sort of say, let's hold behavior fixed. How much does revenues fall due to the reform? And that's like 40% reduction in, this is not like a formal JCT CBO forecast or anything like that. It's a relatively simplified forecast, but within the corporate sector, 40% of pre-TCJA corporate revenues are lost due to the reform. And then how much comes back? Over 10 years, 10 to 15% of that loss, so 2 percentage points of the 40%. So almost none of it. So expensive, for sure. But maybe the additional growth, we're willing to buy that for what we spent. But I guess to the extent that there's a budget, we have to trade that off against the other things we want to buy.
Okay, Bill, do you want to expand on your a little?
Sure. I'll expand a lot on my a little. First, I want to confine my comments to 2018 and 2019 and to the domestic side. Foreign stuff, there'll be another panel to talk about that. And 2020 and on, COVID hits, and then the economy is disrupted, and then there are massive fiscal and monetary adjustments. It's very difficult to figure out, to isolate the effect afterwards. But in 2018 and 2019, aggregate investment as a share of GDP barely went up. Like we're talking 1/10 of a percentage point, maybe 2/10 of a percentage point. Most of that increase was in IP investment, not in equipment and structures. And IP investment was already rising before 2017 for all the usual reasons, and it continued to rise after 2017. So the big tax cuts in TCJA were for equipment and structures, and they basically did not budge as a share of GDP. Now, of course, we want to be careful looking at aggregate data, but again, we're talking about what Eric has called the biggest tax cut, the biggest business tax cut in history, and you're not seeing any marker of it in the investment share of the economy. So that's point one. You might say, well, time series are tricky. Let's look across countries. If you look at the other G7 countries, we were right in the middle of the pack in investment growth before TCJA. We were right in the middle of the pack afterwards. So there's no impact there either. And again, I want to emphasize, I feel like it's legitimate to look at aggregate numbers because the tax cut was such a big impact on corporations. Now, people can argue, well, there were some tariffs that reduced investment or created uncertainty. CBO has estimated the effects of that and found it relatively small. The tariffs applied to 11% of imports, which accounted for 2% of consumption. So that was a negative impact on investment, no question. But at the same time, there were big fiscal packages in 2018 and 19. There was a loosening of monetary policy in 2018 and 19. And those worked in the opposite direction and were arguably bigger than the tariff impact. So there's nothing in the aggregate data that suggests that TCJA boosted investment. That leaves two sources of microdata. One is Eric and co-authors have done some very sophisticated modeling. We are in discussion about that. I will not bore you with the details, except I will argue that the effects are uncertain. And then there's this approach that Eric alluded to called synthetic controls, where you look at corporations in this country versus corporations in other countries, and you see that corporations in this country have invested more than corporations in other countries, or they increase their investment by more. There's two problems with these studies. One is you have to choose the control group, and it's very difficult to get a correct, to know what the correct control group is. And the other is they look at corporate investment, and if investment, remember there's a big corporate tax cut relative to other businesses. If investment is shifting from other businesses to corporations, that's going to show up in those studies as an increase in investment, in corporate investment, but it doesn't necessarily correspond to an increase in aggregate investment. So I think at best, the evidence is uncertain, and I kind of lean toward the not much impact on investment.
So I do think the way you started is super important, where you said, I want to kind of constrain my response to 2018, 2019. In a perfect world, how long do you think the investment response might have taken to play out? Usually we limit ourselves to that just because COVID made things very, very messy. But should we have expected a large increase in investment so quickly, or how do you think about the timing with regards to that?
There's an interesting issue about whether the short-run effects are bigger or longer than the long-run effects, right? The short-run effects could be larger because of pent-up demand. And so for something like bringing money back from overseas, the argument is always the money's trapped over there. So if they open the door, you expect money to kind of flood in. You expect the short-run response to be bigger, I would at least, than in the long-run response. But there's an argument the other way that the long-run response, firms have more time to adjust. They make their plans, they get their financing, they invest. I don't know that there's definitive evidence on whether in this particular case the short-run response is bigger or smaller than the long-run response. I know that, and maybe you can comment on this Winberry paper that adjusts for short-run versus long-run elasticities, if I'm correct, reduces the long-run elasticity
Yeah, so there's
relative
a
to
difference
short-run.
between, there's the investment response and total capital formation, sort of like, which is the accumulation of the investment each year, right? Because if you think when the shock happens, the firm is now really far from where it would like to be in terms of its capital. It's going to actually invest quite a lot initially, and then as it gets closer, then it's going to be investing less and less as it's closer and closer, but there's going to be some limit because of adjustment costs. So depending on the nature of those adjustment costs, it could be quite a lot initially or quite constrained initially. I think the best estimates of adjustment costs we have, which are not that good, suggest that you would detect an investment response in the first few years, but then you would want to keep following that out over 5 to 10 years to think about when firms will get to the new kind of what we call steady state or equilibrium amount. And I've got some thoughts on what Bill said, but I don't want to,
Okay, let's hear those thoughts before we hear Lauren expand on her yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, on the details of synthetic controls and stuff, I'm certainly not going to bore the audience with those details, but needless to say, we think that, there are some foreign firms that aren't just like operating exact same industry or exact same location. So they're like a better counterfactual because there's less of the business stealing kind of idea or reallocation within that comparison. When you think about analysts' forecasts of investment, and then what actually transpired, the difference between those has nothing to do with reallocation. And so I think reallocation doesn't show up there. And we compare sort of C corps to pass-throughs. I mean, the big C corps they're competing with pass-throughs in some cases, but in a lot of cases not. So the reallocation there, I think, also is a little bit weaker I also think the monetary policy stuff, it's not clear. Like, I think medium-term interest rates actually did tighten a bit, increased around the reform, and so some of the changes in the user cost might have gone the other direction. And so, I mean, I think choosing a counterfactual from before the reform versus other ones, these are all useful to illustrate the uncertainty about what the effect of the reform was. And so those are my other comments. I'm not going to say it's like an invalid counterfactual at all. I think it's useful.
And Lauren, you believe there was increased investment, so can you expand on that?
Yes, I mean, Bill referenced microdata, so I'm a tax lawyer, not an economist, so my microdata is what we might call anecdotal, based on what my mic is on, can you not hear me? Okay, based on what my clients have done. So I would certainly say that there's been increased investment across the board. It just freed up capital to do things that companies wanted to do in order to grow. Whether that, some things could happen overnight, you know, you can go out and buy more machinery. Other things took longer if you're going to build a factory, for example. And so I think that the 2-year, I know why it is the way it is, and I agree that COVID made things very hard to, you can't really assess with the global pandemic and the way that we changed everything about how we live and work. But I think a 2-year window is very, very short in terms of an assessment of whether it was a successful cut or an unsuccessful cut by reference to the amount of investments that were made. Bill also referenced IP investments, and I certainly have evidence from clients who have repatriated IP to take advantage of some of the provisions that were passed along in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, including foreign-derived intangible income deduction and things of that nature. I do think it's interesting to think about IP investments, especially when we consider how much revenue IP generates. And so, you know, if we're thinking about tax reform and provisions, particularly in the international space, and I don't want to get ahead of the panel that comes behind us, but how income is generated and how we tax certain assets and why and where those assets are located are all important. And so the idea that people make more investments domestically in things like IP certainly has an impact on revenue generation domestically as well.
So do you have any comments on, so Eric and Bill had this short conversation about how long it might take to see the effects. Based on your experience with your clients, how long would it take a business to see these provisions change and actually build new factories, invest in equipment? Is looking over just 2 years enough, or what thoughts do you have on that?
I don't think it's long enough for things like building a new plant. I mean, corporations do long-range planning. There's not any corporation that I know of who would, you know, today is May 23rd, and they would say, okay, June 1st, we're going to break ground on a new plant that we haven't really planned for. And so that's why I think that 2-year runway is short. You also, you know, when you're doing planning, you base it on the law as it is, not what you hope it to be, what you wish it would be, what you think it will be. And so the day Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed is the day that behavior changes could really be baked into plans and investments. You can't do that until you know what the law is and how it's going to play out. I mean, you can and you do, but you can't do it based on the benefits of a proposed rule. You do it based on what the law is. So I would say that the time, you know, the clock started December 2017, so to look at 18 is almost, you know, impossible in terms of huge investments, big investments.
How much, so you mentioned that we plan based on what the law is, not what it will be, but certainly there has to be some thought and distance, especially if you're building a factory that's going to, you know, be around for 20 or 30 years. How much thought is there about the expiration? How much of a damper might there have been on decisions that both, you know, many of these provisions expire, but also all of them could face legislative jeopardy as Congress changes parties?
That's true. I think of provisions as being very difficult to kind of take out of the code, but certainly expiration of provisions is something that people think about. We're R&D expensing is a good example, and switching over to amortization, I don't think anyone anticipated that it would not go back to expensing. Like that expiration was kind of just a placeholder, and we would go back to expensing, and it wouldn't really disrupt operations. And of course, we have the exact opposite. So I think in terms of planning from a business perspective, you certainly take into account when you're modeling if there's a tail, it's going to fall off. And you hope that some of these things will be reversed or stay in the code, but there's also, like I said, the law is what it is, so you're not going to not plan to take advantage of whatever business provisions are beneficial to the company that also play into the overall strategy of the firm. We have to also remember, I love tax, but tax does not run businesses. So there are other things that go into, a lot of other things that go into running a company besides tax burden. It's important, but it's not, we don't have a tail wagging the dog scenario where decisions are made solely based on tax.
So far we've been talking about the goal of business investment. Do any of you have any comments on other goals that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act might have had and whether we achieved those other goals?
If you were a Martian looking down on the tax cut and trying to reverse engineer what the goals of the tax cut were, you might be excused for thinking that the goals were to increase the deficit and to cut taxes for the rich. And this is a question of look at what they do rather than what they say. What they say is competitiveness, efficiency, simplification. And we got some simplification. I certainly want to highlight that. And we got some efficiency. And I don't know if we got competitiveness because I don't know what that means. But it was done in a way that was very highly slanted toward high-income households and very much increased current and future budget deficits. I said, Lauren, I wanted to ask you, you said the R&D provision was implemented with the understanding that it would go back.
With the hope, strong hope.
But take the individual provisions, which are the ones that expire in 2025. Was there also that same expectation or same hope?
I think there is certainly now. We're looking at 2025, and you hear on both sides of the aisle, no one wants to raise taxes on middle-income Americans. And so that's more to my point about once things are in the code and baked in, it's very hard to get them out. And of course, you can adjust brackets. We've done that over time, but the narrative that goes along with doing that, you characterized it as a tax cut for wealthy, but the fact of the matter is the brackets went down across the board, and the most expensive part is not the top bracket, it's everything in the middle.
The expensive part, the top 1% got cuts equal to the aggregate cut that the bottom 70% got. So, I mean, yes, all rates went down, but the money, follow the money. The money was at the top. And extending the provisions would cost another $4.5 trillion, according to CBO, for the next decade. So I think the impact on the deficit would be huge, and the distributional effects, are tilted, substantially tilted toward high-income households.
Like I said, I'm not an economist, but I would disagree with that statement. But we can disagree and be reasonable.
Well, I mean, the cut in the bottom quintile was $60 on average for a household bottom quintile. The cut in the top 1% was over $50,000.
Yeah,
so yeah, they both got tax cuts, but come on.
How much tax does the bottom quintile pay?
This is what happens. They say, well, we're going to have big tax cut for the rich because they pay the most taxes. Well, that begs the question of why are we cutting taxes for the rich? If you thought in 2017 that the two biggest problems in the country were that the deficits were not big enough and rich people were not rich enough, then you would do this. But if you don't think that's the problem, if you think there's other problems, then you want to pay attention to the deficit effects and the distribution effects.
So I think it is, it was, as we heard about in the beginning, there was kind of a general consensus that we needed to reform the corporate tax code, that it wasn't competitive, that we needed to change it. That had been the consensus for many years. Given, your what's talking about is tax cuts that are received by higher income individuals. Most of that's driven by assumptions of corporate tax incidence. So how would you reform the corporate tax code without it benefiting those that own corporations?
I would go toward a higher rate than 21, so I'd go to 25 or 28. I'm not going to quibble, and not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but something in that range, which would keep us fairly in the OECD range. I'd go to full expensing because that's where the investment incentive comes from. I'd get rid of 199A. I'd probably convert the estate tax to an inheritance tax.
So going from 21 to 28 is just going to change the dollars, but it's not going to change the percentages. Anytime you cut the corporate tax rate, it's going to go to the wealthy people that you're.
Yeah, there's going to be some impact. No question.
You're getting this tax cut. So how? I mean, none of the changes you
that doesn't justify any size cut in the corporate rate.
None of the change you just said would have changed the distribution of the tax cut.
No, I think it would. It would shrink the corporate, moving the corporate rate from 21 to 28 would shrink the benefits to shareholders and the various people we think bear the burden of the corporate tax. Removing 199A would be a strong move toward progressivity. Something like a third to half of the benefits of there go to people with income above $1 million. Meanwhile, Treasury studies say that it's not having any effect on investment or wages or business creation. So I think there's a lot that I view the key element of TCJA for stimulating investment as on the domestic side as the move to expensing, all right? And I understand you want to keep the rate down so that's within the OECD range, so for average tax rate purposes and location of investment. But I think there's a lot that can be done subject to those constraints that would not particularly damage incentives. And in fact, moving to expensing makes the effective tax rate 0. And it would blunt both the deficit effects and the distributional effects.
There was a discussion earlier about how multiple provisions go together. And so if you move to expensing, you really do need to retain something like the cap on interest deductions or something like that to avoid effective tax rates on that investment that are actually negative, or unless we really want to be subsidizing it. Because if you also induce debt finance of that investment, then you're going to go past neutrality. So the cash flow tax element, which I think is kind of limited in the current regime because it's not everybody is disallowed interest deductions. It's only if you have interest deductions above some amount of your economic income. So it only applies to some highly levered entities. I actually thought like a 50% bonus, given that we would still permit some interest deductions, was probably a pretty good place in terms of the marginal incentive. I kind of agree with Bill on the corporate rate. It's very expensive, every dollar of corporate rate reduction. And we do get more investment, and we get growth out of that. One of the other goals was to increase wages. There was a discussion earlier about the $4,000 to $9,000, and we tried to calculate, how much we actually do observe in terms of increased wages, and it's more on the order of $750, and that's over 10 years. That's how much wages would go up there. From the increased capital accumulation, it's sort of like a less than 1% increase in income. So I think that we fell short of that. We fell short of some of the promises of revenue collection, although maybe by generating a bunch of inbound profit shifting through the repatriation of IP. Our estimates don't incorporate that kind of inbound profit shifting. I'm sure that'll come up in the international provision. I do think the pay for itself and the increase in wages were positions that most economists thought were kind of crazy at the time. And so what's borne out in the data looks like kind of what the consensus among economists at the time would have been. I also agree with Bill on 199A. Those firms are much less responsive to taxes in terms of investment and growth. A lot of the underlying income is more like human capital income in disguise to benefit from sort of better capital income tax rates. And so, the challenge is if you have such a big wedge between the corporate rate, the pass-through rate, you induce a lot of reorganization. And so we need harmonization across those systems. So a 21% rate that's quite low really puts a lot of pressure on the personal income tax system because it really encourages a lot of folks to try and recharacterize more and more of their income to benefit from these preferred rates. So to the extent we protect that 21% rate, we're putting pressure on other parts of the tax system. And this goes back to the question of whether we do need revenues and whether we want to raise revenues. But if we do, I think they should all be considered together.
So Eric and Bill have commented a little bit on changes they'd like to see or differences. Lauren, so you were there when this was all being written. What do you think could have been improved or changed or made different when it was passed? Like what was left on the cutting room floor in the process?
So Bill mentioned simplification. I think that there's still a lot of work to be done in that regard. We did make some gains in terms of simplifying the code, but there's, when I think about the work that I do every day, especially in the international space, I do not think we simplified how we tax foreign earnings. So that is one area. And then further, there are lots of parts of international, just the way everything hangs together, that we didn't have time to address really. So, the next iteration, what will that look like? And of course, we've had developments that weren't really, they were kind of bubbling up at the time. So, the pillar work in the OECD space, proliferation of unilateral measures, colloquially referred to as DSTs, digital services taxes. So, thinking about the way we tax U.S. multinationals on their operations abroad, and really the impact that kind of external factors are having on that discussion, I think will be part of the next conversation. So.
You think or you hope will be part of the next conversation? We had a lot of discussion in the last panel about how what you might want from a tax policy perspective is very different than what you actually get through the political process. You have quite a bit of experience in both. Do you think we will actually get that?
I hope so, because at this point, whatever our feelings are about how these rules came to be, the fact of the matter remains that U.S. multinationals are subject to a lot of these additional taxes. And so we have to figure out what our response will be. And I don't think that the answer is, well, businesses will just have to deal with it. We have to think about domestically how to mitigate some of that impact.
Bill?
Can I add one thing that I think might help people understand the things that Eric and I are saying? Generally, cutting a corporate tax rate is an inefficient way to stimulate investment. Providing investment incentives and providing incentives for new investment is a more efficient way. The reason cutting the corporate tax rate is not efficient is that if you think of a business's income in a given year, it's basically the returns to investment they made in the past, right? And so if you cut the corporate rate, you're cutting the rate on the investments they made in the past. That's inefficient because they can't change the investments they made in the past. So a lot of it is just a windfall gain associated with investments made in earlier years. Whereas if you give an investment incentive, a new investment incentive like expensing, you only get that if you make the new investment. And so it's just inherently more efficient than cutting the corporate tax, cutting the tax rate. Now let's segue to 199A. That deduction is essentially a cut in the tax rate rather than a targeted incentive for new investment. There are targeted incentives for new investment in TCJA in the code, but the deduction itself is a rate cut, and that's why it's an effective rate cut, and that's why it's relatively inefficient compared to the investment incentives.
I understand what you're saying about ex post versus ex ante when you're doing a corporate rate cut and the impact on investments already made versus an impact on investments that will be made. But if the rate drops in 2017, it dropped 14 points. So what about the effect of just having more money to make investments that you would not have made in the past because you couldn't afford it?
Right, that's a cash flow argument, and I will defer to my colleague here on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think sort of, I would not go out on a limb and say that like Apple and Pfizer and Caterpillar and some of the larger multinationals that had like a lot of cash were like financially constrained such that the additional cash by itself was generating investment. I feel like the marginal incentives does affect their investment, and then these locational incentives in the international are going to affect where they choose to operate. Smaller firms, growing firms, I think there's some evidence from my work and from 30 years of research before that, that the additional cash flow could sort of relax a kind of constraint where it's costly to access external markets. But for the larger multinationals, I feel like that trapped cash thing is kind of secondary. And I think the evidence when folks looked at the repatriators or the 2 to 3 trillion and where most of the money went, it was sort of like repurchases and kind of like round tripping a bit more than it was sort of new greenfield investment, although I'm sure there are some exceptions to that. And I'm sure maybe you have clients who would slap me across the face if I heard me say that.
They're not violent people.
Yeah. I mean,
So I want to go through another ground where we ask all of you the same question. I want to ask all of you both there's a lot of the provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that are expiring. What you would definitely think we should keep of all the things, your favorite piece of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and then what piece of it you would be happy to let expire or maybe you wish never existed at all. So like your most favorite piece and your least favorite piece. We want to start with Lauren, what is your favorite piece? And we'll go down for favorites and then go down for least favorites. So what do you think is the most important part that we definitely should keep?
I don't have just one favorite, but
Like your children, you love all your.
I know. I would say right now what's important is probably R&D expensing, going back to expensing and having 100% bonus. I'm only talking about domestic provisions because that's the focus of this panel. But I think about that, especially in the context of some of the things that are happening internationally that impact our international, the posture that multinationals have when they're looking at their international tax burden, and the incentives that other countries offer to spur investment domestically that are often outside of the tax code, but that are so expensive that we just couldn't do in terms of cash grants or a super deduction or things of that nature. And when we are looking at, I think our current political climate really wants to look at having as much investment here, whether it really doesn't matter the industry, to be honest. We want to have the investment, the innovation, the growth, the new ideas here. And so these provisions, I think, really spur that, and we need to have them. And
Bill, you'll get a chance at your least favorite part soon enough, but what's your favorite part of the tax?
It won't be a surprise that 199A is my least favorite part. On the business side, I very much like the move toward cash flow taxation. That is, toward expensing and toward eliminating deductions. I think we should continue in that direction, but also raise the rate as part of it. I will just mention on the individual side, which is not the topic of this session, I think the family-related benefits for the increase in the standard deduction, the change in the treatment of the child subsidies, I think that was a really good thing.
And Eric, what would you keep?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down that I would also sort of banish 199A. But I think the issue is that if you do that without doing something on the corporate side, there's just this like massive wedge that induces a lot of instability in the system. So I think that also requires you to kind of limit the preferential corporate rate to maybe listed companies or something that like quite large companies, which I'm sure is something that is very politically feasible. But that's kind of like where we think the most elastic, responsive, competitive issues live is with these large multinationals that are typically listed. They're widely held. So I sort of think going in that direction would be great, but I'm not a politician. Then I would definitely trade a higher rate for retaining stronger marginal incentives. So on the R&D side and investment incentive, I think if we're thinking about bang for buck, that's a good trade. And then on the international side, I'm sure we'll talk more about this, but the 10% deduction for tangible capital and the calculation of various items, like the the FDII and GILTI, these things that are basically trying to apply only that extra rate to tax intangible sourced income, create weird incentives for firms to locate or do M&A or otherwise book tangible assets outside the US. That seems kind of inelegant and a little weird. I think it encourages some accounting shenanigans at the least, if not actual real behavior. And so I would revisit those things. I'm sure we'll talk about those after the break more.
So there's a lot of discussion of moving to a more cash flow type tax with full expensing, especially of American Build. Do you have any, can you just explain a little bit more about what that actually means and what the evidence would be for why that's a good thing?
In practice, what it means is well, in the current system, you write off your investments over time. So if a firm invests $1, it gets depreciation write-offs in various proportions of that over time, depending on the type of asset. And there are IRS schedules for carpets versus rugs versus computers versus whatever. And you also get to deduct, if you finance your work with debt, you get to deduct your interest payments. And the original intent of all that was to tax an economic concept of income precisely. I think others feel that the system has gotten so haywire over the years that depreciation allowances are not really reflecting actual useful life, that the interest deduction can get abused. And so going to a cash flow system would basically let the firm deduct the entire amount in the year of the purchase, and it would not allow a deduction for interest. So it would not distort the financing decision anymore, and it would, by allowing the deduction in the first year, it basically allows the present value of that deduction is basically equal to the present value of the, what economists call the normal return to the investment. If the investment makes excess returns or rents, as Eric was talking about earlier, then that rent would still bear a tax. But through the normal, regular, perfectly competitive market course of business, it would not bear a tax. So it would still raise a fair amount of revenue, but it would not distort the investment decision. It would not distort the financing choice.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. That was an excellent explanation. I mean, I have students who, like, when they do, my day job is teaching business students, and they do like this weighted average cost of capital thing to think about their hurdle rate for investment, and they think, oh, I can add a bunch of debt, and it'll bring my cost of capital down because I get this tax deduction. And so there's like this distortion in financing. They don't think about like, oh, it makes me more likely to go bankrupt, or like, this kind of thing. It changes the riskiness of the underlying business in terms of how they're investing. But like that distortion in incentives is introduced by the deductibility for interest, coupled with expensing, I think is something we probably want to avoid. And especially more important now with interest rates above zero, where they were for so long. And so in a more inflationary environment, becomes more important to think about those considerations.
I've had a lot of discussion about like what the academic or what the empirical evidence of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is, and one thing I think is very fascinating is you get a lot of different answers. It's not clear, it's difficult to know what actually happened. We would like a tax policy, I think, to be informed by empirical evidence. How should we think about that it's just so hard to actually know the effects of something? We're thinking about expanding, or extending rather, pieces, dropping pieces. How can we do that in light of the fact that it's difficult to know, as of right now, what even happened in 2017? Any thoughts on that from anybody?
Well, we know more now than we did before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's more knowledge now. And so we should hopefully take at least what we do know into account. We're not going to know what the 10-year effect was, right, when we're passing it, because it hasn't happened yet. So I'm less pessimistic that like we're in like a state of total nihilistic non-knowing about it.
I think there's 4 things we know. One is that revenues went down. 2 is that the after-tax distribution of income became more unequal. 3 is that the tax rate, the effective tax rate across different types of assets and different types of financing and different types of organizational forms, the differences in those effective tax rates shrank dramatically. And 4, we know that there was kind of low-end, middle-class simplification. All right, and so the weightier issues, the impact on the economy overall, we both looked at it. We come to slightly different conclusions. Other people have looked at it. I think it's just hard to know. At some point, you have to rely on what you feel is right.
I mean, even our like GDP effects are like not that big. In our, if we think about like the cumulative contribution to GDP and what it would be in the absence of the reform, it's not that big. The economy is a very big, entity, and the tail doesn't wag the dog, is true. But in terms of the budget, we had a big effect on the budget.
I would agree with Eric. I think how we should frame the question is, what do we know, and how can that inform the conversation that is coming next year? And that ties into my view about what you would take away from TCJA or let expire. I don't think we should be in the posture of kind of pulling and plugging in new ideas before we've even really seen the effects. And I think the better question is, how can we make it more effective? If it's not doing what we thought it was going to do, how can we modify what we have to make it, to achieve the outcome that we hope for at the outset? So I would hope that the next iteration of the conversation is looking more at refining, making things better, instead of just pulling things out that maybe folks don't like, but not really having, to Eric's point, a replacement, because these provisions do interact with each other, and they are meant to be taken as a package.
So to kind of finish up here, if you had any advice for people thinking about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, whether and what to expend, what to change, what to add, what would it be? Eric, and then Bill, and then Lauren. What would your kind of concluding suggestions or advice be?
I mean, no one study is like going to give an affirmative answer to like what we should do and what happened. So I would certainly encourage folks to read pretty broadly, to try and form a synthesis of what we've learned and try and use that to inform their decision making, as opposed to just cherry picking one result or one study. I think so. Do your homework.
Bill?
You're asking advice on how to think about it or on what to do?
What to do, how to think about it, whatever advice you wish to give.
Okay, so I really like this corporate adjustment where you raise the rate, move to cash flow, eliminate 199. I think that would go a long way. I don't know if it would actually raise revenue, but it would blunt the revenue effect. It would improve investment incentives, improve financing incentives. I would like to keep the family provisions, as I mentioned. And then we need to think about some way of, if we want to extend the other provisions, we need to think about some way of paying for them. And I just want to mention the Tax Foundation event. The Tax Foundation put out a study a couple days ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, that indicated the importance of paying for TCJA changes. I agree with that. And of course, that takes the conversation beyond TCJA into how we pay for it. And that's another whole discussion. I do want to say it's been a great joy talking about TCJA for an hour and not mentioning the state and local tax deduction.
Did I answer the wrong question?
And Lauren, any concluding advice you'd like to give for people thinking about this?
I would reiterate what I said. Think about it holistically and think about moving the ball forward, making it better, as opposed to cherry picking provisions to get rid of and replace with something else. Really looking at the system as a whole.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd appreciate Eric, Bill, and Lauren being on this panel and for the discussion that you've had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah. This is
So we'll now have a break that goes until 11:15. During that break, we're going to be playing a discussion. We're going to be playing a video between a discussion between Daniel Bunn and Procter & Gamble Tax Director Chad Fowler. It's going to be playing right now up here.
Up for that by Tad Fowler's, remarks. We will now have panelists who will critique Tad, and he won't be here to answer any of the critiques, and that's what we're going to do. No, seriously, we're going to have a panel on the international issues and provisions of the TCJA that is going to cut through the nonsense on international things. And for that purpose, we have a no-nonsense group of panelists, starting to my left with Kim Klossing, who is the Eric Zolt Professor of Tax Law at UCLA School of Law. She was previously a professor of economics at Reed College, and she was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Tax Analysis in the Treasury Department in the Biden administration. We have at the end Terry Wielanga, who was previously Senior Global Finance Executive, Board Director, and Vice President, and Global Head of Tax Policy at Gilead Sciences, and previously held similar positions at Allergan. And in the middle, we have Scott Dyring, who is Professor of Accounting at Duke University. There are fewer words in Scott's title, but he packs a lot in just a little bit, and he knows a lot about tax. So we've got a great panel here, and we're going to talk about the international provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Just to summarize some of those provisions, and they have come up over and over again because they're real important. They've come up already with other panelists who weren't supposed to be talking about international, but they couldn't help themselves because they knew how important it was. So what were the international provisions? At a very high level, we lowered the corporate tax rate, of course, in that bill from previously 35%, it goes down to 21%, and obviously that will have international repercussions because, that repositions the United States relative to other countries. In addition, we changed the taxation of repatriated dividends from active foreign earnings and basically made it so that you could bring money back that you earned abroad without tax in the United States. There was a one-time tax on previously unrepatriated earnings. Depends on the nature of the capital held abroad, but there was a tax on whatever companies were holding at the time in 2017. The United States introduced the GILTI provisions, the Global Intangible Low-Taxed Income provisions, and we will have more to say about that, which were limitations on your ability to hold certain kinds of income abroad if it was lightly taxed or imposed a US tax on that. There were the FDII provisions, which were foreign-derived intangible income, and so made it a favorable tax regime to hold, to earn foreign income on intangible property held in the United States. And we also introduced the BEAT provisions, the base erosion, anti-avoidance tax provisions, which were designed to limit the ability to use income shifting to shift income out of the United States. Lots to unpack in the international provisions, lots of provisions there. We had a great panel to open this morning with George Kellis and Catherine Mung, and they were talking about how there was a bipartisan, at the time, back in 2017, a bipartisan desire, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress, feeling, and in the White House too, feeling that something had to be done on the international side, something of the ilk of what we did. Maybe that, of course, Democrats and Republicans don't always agree on what to do, but there was discussion that there was a bipartisan sense in Congress, and to some degree the Obama administration and, of course, the Trump administration, that something had to be done on the international side. And I'm going to start by asking our panelists, were they right on the substance? Was there a need prior to 2017 to do something kind of like what we did with this bill? And I'll start with Terry.
Okay, thank you. I would say yes, that there absolutely was a need to do something at that time. And when I look at TCJA, I feel like it met almost everything that was needed. I mean, the rate drop was significant and meaningful for companies. it brought us down to the OECD average. Inversions came to a halt. The base was broadened by GILTI and FDII, and US companies finally got access to their offshore cash at a reasonable price, which allowed a lot of additional US investment. So I would say, yes, there was a need, and I feel like on almost all fronts, it met what was needed.
Scott Dyring, was there a need?
Yes. Is this a Jeff Hoops one word?
No.
Yeah.
No, Jeff is far too laconic for my day. Take all the words you need.
Very good. So before TCJA, the foreign rate, the US rate was about 40% higher than the US rate. And that led to a bunch of problems. Number one, US firms had a big incentive to shift their income to low-tax foreign countries. They had incentives to invert, which we've talked a little bit about today, where let's just reincorporate to some low-tax foreign country or merge with a foreign company to accomplish the same thing. And then because of the worldwide nature of the tax code at the time, the cash would get stuck abroad. And so there was something like $1.7 trillion sitting abroad. After TCJA, we've seen some evidence that income shifting has declined. We haven't seen any inversions that I'm aware of. And the cash, the $1.7 trillion, has been freed to be returned to the US. Some of it has, some of it hasn't. Some has been returned and used for repurchases and so forth. But when all the dust is settled, those things seem to have been accomplished. And then we now see what I would call effective tax rate parity, where $1 of domestic earnings is taxed at about the same rate as $1 of foreign earnings, which some people might call capital export neutrality, but it seems to be a situation where a firm doesn't necessarily now have an incentive to put their dollars of investment abroad versus at home in order to get a better tax rate, but the effective rate is about the same whether it's a foreign dollar or a domestic dollar. Stop there.
I would never call anything capital export neutrality because I don't like to use swear words. So Kim Klossing, was there a need for something like what we got?
I think there was certainly widespread recognition that the international tax system was deeply unsatisfying to almost anyone who looked at it. I think what's kind of interesting is I think there's still a lot of dissatisfaction. And I think partly that stems from the fact that there's a strong tension between two competing goals, the competitiveness concern, which we saw described in part on the video, but others have alluded to as well, although we might think carefully about how we define competitiveness, and the profit shifting and base erosion concern, right? And it's hard for one country alone to walk that line between those two concerns. In part because if you try to make competitiveness better by making the US firms have comparable tax treatment as the lowest country abroad, you're going to exacerbate the profit shifting and base erosion problem. Whereas if you tackle that unilaterally, you're going to exacerbate the competitiveness problem. So I think the legislation reflects an attempt to walk that line. But whether it was successful, I think, is a good question. I mean, I think there's several ways we could look at it. One is to say, okay, well, these international provisions didn't actually raise revenue on net, and they don't if you bracket the one-time tax on repatriation, which I think we should bracket because it's a tax cut relative to prior law. So put that to the side and just look at the ongoing tax on multinationals. It doesn't raise revenue. And I think prior attempts at reform from both the Camp Ways and Means and the Obama administration suggested using international to pay for a lower rate cut. This was a deficit expanding version. And then the competitiveness question, I think it really depends in part on how we evaluate competitiveness. Let's take the corporate evaluation first. It's not clear that you've improved it by their own metric, right? If you look at US multinationals prior to Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they were often able to achieve extremely low tax rates abroad, such that when GILTI came along, for some of those companies, their tax burden on foreign income actually went up. And that was in part by design, because it was thought that it was too low at 0, and that it could be 10.5. But you could argue, and Dhammika Dharmapala and many others have made this argument, that it really depends on the context of the firm whether they're more competitive. If you look at a broader notion of competitiveness, which is the one I'm somewhat more fond of, which is the US economy a competitive place to do stuff, right? And I think from the national interest, we want stuff to happen here, or at least we don't want the tax system to discourage stuff happening here. I think both before and after Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there's a large preference for doing things abroad. Before, because you get deferral, and you don't get deferral here, and the rate is higher here. And after, because GILTI comes with a lot of attributes that make it easier to earn income abroad. The first 10% return on tangible assets is tax-free. The global averaging feature makes it such that whether you're earning in Bermuda or whether you're earning in Japan, both of those streams of income are taxed with a much more advantageous treatment than what would happen in the United States. In the low tax country, because you get a 50% deduction under GILTI relative to US income, and in a high tax country, because those tax credits that you've paid to the Japanese or French government can be used to offset the tax that would have been due on the lower tax. So that creates kind of some weird perverse effects, which I've sometimes referred to as sort of America last tax policy. Let me just end with one observation about the international place that we are right now, because I think this moment in international tax history gives us a chance to move past somewhat this inevitable dilemma between competitiveness and tax-based erosion and profit shifting. One of the difficulties with handling this problem unilaterally is every time you try to clamp down on the profit shifting, the companies are like, no, you can't because we won't be competitive. And so the answer is to get every other country in the world to tax more. And people used to laugh when we said that, but we just did that, right? I mean, now every other country in the world is applying a global minimum tax on a country-by-country basis at 15%. Now, I don't think that design of Pillar 2 is absolutely perfect. There are things I would change, and they might not be the same things that Jim would change or others would change, but I think we can all imagine improvements in that. But I do think it's an incredible step forward for global collective action on what's long been a really vexing and troubling problem, which is how do you protect the tax base when there's this incredible game theoretic desire to steal tax base from other countries. And one way you do it is through coordination. And I think what that means for the future is that when we look at GILTI reforms, we don't have to worry as much about that dilemma. We could raise the GILTI rate and we could apply it on a country-by-country basis. And if we did those two things, we'd actually be aligning with the rest of the world rather than doing something that was sui generis. So I think this is an important opportunity to kind of reform and move forward from here.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Terry. A lot to unpack in all of that. So I heard all three of you actually talk about competitiveness to differing degrees. And let's dive into that. Let's explore the C word. So let me start with Terry, which is, how should we think about the competitiveness of the US tax system? And there's something that goes along with that, which is it important? I mean, let's not talk about it if it's not important. But if it is important, let's figure out why it's important. So how should we think about the competitiveness?
Well, when Daniel asked me to come here today, he asked me to share a story about a real lived experience that I had both before and after tax reform. And I think if you'll give me a few minutes to share that story, I think I will answer the question as to how I feel about whether we are more competitive or less competitive now. The one thing I want to say before I start is you introduced me as being from Gilead Sciences. I just retired from that company about 6 weeks ago. Great company to work for. I was very happy to be able to work with them at the end of my career. But I am speaking on behalf of myself today. I'm obviously not speaking on behalf of any companies. But I am going to talk a little bit about what life was like before tax reform passed. So for 22 years of my career, I worked for a 60-year-old US specialty pharmaceutical company in Southern California, a company called Allergan. And it was a very successful company, had very steady quarter-over-quarter earnings, a very high price earnings ratio, outstanding management team, low employee turnover. It was a major employer in my community. Just on my street alone, I had 3 neighbors that worked there, 4 if you count me. All of us lost our job, and I'm going to explain what happened. And I'm going to start in 2013 because, this period before tax reform, for some of the younger people in the room, I hope this story gives you some perspective on the past. I think we can learn from the past. Allergan had contemplated an inversion transaction, and we had been approached by an investment banker. That was very common back then. The investment bankers were peddling inversions like candy. And we looked at it along with 8 other companies. It was a kind of a frenzy. Everybody was interested in this company and was interested in inversion because at a 35% tax rate, it was very challenging to compete, particularly if you had foreign multinationals in your peer group, and we did. One of the challenges we had with that transaction was we did not have a strong business purpose to do it. Really, the only business purpose we could come up with to do that transaction was the tax savings. And in good conscience, I could not, as the head of tax, recommend that they proceed with that being the only reason to do the transaction. And thankfully, the management team agreed with me, and so we passed. And I still believe today that that was the right thing to do, but no good deed goes unpunished. So 1 year later, we became the target of a very contentious, hostile takeover. And the Predator company was an inverted company, Canadian company that had inverted, and they had become a serial acquirer, and they were just buying company after company, stripping out cost, firing all the R&D people, and rolling up the next one. And that too was common before US tax reform. In the pharma industry, if you look at the data, 75% of all M&A activity involved a foreign company buying a US company. And that was because they could, put an intercompany loan into that US subsidiary and just erode the US tax base in a way that a US company could not do itself. So in my story, the hostile takeover went on for about a year. We struggled to survive. We tried to cut cost. We tried to move more IP offshore. We had a double Irish offshore IP holding company. Many companies did. And to be honest, nobody really liked it. And they were very difficult to set up. They were very difficult to maintain. But it was the only way you could stand a chance of getting your tax rate down a little bit to try to compete with your foreign competitors. And we looked at a planning strategy to try to save ourselves in that hostile transaction. And before the deal ended, a second inverted foreign company entered into the equation. They were the so-called white knight in the transaction. And on St. Patrick's Day of 2015, the 60-year-old US pharma company, Allergan, became an Irish company. It was a little bit Shakespearean. And to give you a little perspective on what happened after that deal closed. So on the first day, the buyer announced $2 billion of synergies. And if you don't know what a synergy is, it's a fancy word for cost cutting. But $500 million of that, 25%, was just the tax savings in that deal. And the planning strategy that we had been looking at to move more IP offshore would have saved us $50 million. And that was the biggest planning transaction I had ever worked on in the 22 years I had been at Allergan. So a foreign buyer was able to save 10 times what we could do ourselves. So, it was really obscene. You just could not compete. And so the remaining synergies were all job losses. The day I was let go, 2 weeks after the deal closed, with 400 of my colleagues, we all walked out together. 3 people on my street lost their job that day. We had dinner together that night. The 4th one about 6 months later. And the last thing I did before I became a Synergy was make sure that everyone on my team had a severance agreement, because all of them lost their job within 12 months of that deal closing. So, to answer your question, competitiveness, it was very real to me. I think the other interesting thing about that whole transaction was within 12 months of that Irish company buying Allergan, and they changed their name to Allergan, Pfizer suddenly had a target company that was big enough to give them the option of inverting. And so you might have seen a lot of that in the press that followed that transaction. And they did actually announce that Pfizer and Allergan, that they were going to merge and Pfizer was going to invert. And that finally prompted Treasury to take some action on this. And they did issue a notice that shut that transaction down, and then a series of other notices that continued to really kind of shut down inversion. And I would say that, TCJA really kind of finished it off. So I'll stop there. I have more to say about my life after TCJA, but Jim, I think that hopefully answers your question about competitiveness.
Thank you. That's very, very informative. And I'm next going to ask Scott. Scott, so was Duke University a takeover target prior to TCJA? Did you think about becoming an Irish university?
I mean, UNC's been trying for years to take over Duke, but...
Yeah, we at Michigan know how to take care of UNC. So, Scott, tell us about competitiveness.
Yeah, stories like Terry's are very compelling. We as academics don't really look at the personal stories. We stare in like computers and at data, and it's like much less exciting. But the inversion thing is sort of interesting because they get a lot of publicity, and they've been very interesting, and there's lots of press, and there's a very interesting legislative history from when they sort of started, maybe in like the late early 90s, all the way up until now. But there's not actually that many companies that have done it. They get a lot of press, but not a ton of companies, so it's just a thing to point out. I won't spend too much time on this, but one way to think about competitiveness is, do companies want to do business here? And as a result of TCJA, we had GILTI, we had FDII, and you saw a little bit of a bimodal response there. Some firms repatriated IP, and you would say, hey, that's great. The US has become a more competitive location. And other firms actually did the opposite and seemed to have put at least as much or maybe more IP abroad. And so there's a little bit of a bimodal distribution. I don't know if that means we're competitive and now you just like flip a coin, or if it means something about the nature of the business specifically, or if there's complementarities between investment abroad and investment here. But things changed. Whether it solved competitiveness problems, I don't know, and it probably depends on how you look at it. But things changed, and for some firms, locating their IP in the US clearly became a more viable option.
Thank you. Kim, tell us about competitiveness.
Yeah, so I agree with Scott that Terry's story was very compelling, but the inversions themselves, there's a lot of different solutions to them, and they aren't necessarily as big as the news would make them out to be. But the Treasury regs, I think in late Obama administration, were quite effective, and I don't believe that there were important inversions after that point. And so I think those regs, maybe, I appreciate that you credited them, but in the journalism don't get as much credit as they might deserve. I think one might point to BEAT as an interesting development in this regard, as the intention of BEAT, the base erosion anti-abuse tax that you referred to earlier, was to level a bit our approach to earnings stripping and how we treat US and foreign multinational firms. And I think it was quite important to sort of lower the differential between the costs of shifting income out of the US tax base, whether you were a US firm or whether you're a foreign firm. And I think that's another useful step. And there's some research done by JCT, I believe, Tim Dowd was on the paper maybe, that looks at that and should be judged not just by what revenue shows up on paper, but also by how it might be buttressing the corporate tax base in ways that we can't see. In terms of this larger competitiveness question, I do think that we might look to metrics of what we really mean by that. Like, I have to say, when I look at the US multinational community, both before and after Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, all I see is astounding success that is the envy of every country in the world, right? And they will complain both before and after Tax Cuts and Jobs Act about how our companies actually are better at getting low tax burdens than theirs are, and particularly our big, super successful companies, right? So I think we might think about, like, well, what do we mean by competitiveness? Are we talking about the company's success themselves? Are we talking about the US as a place to do activity? But I do think that the International Tax Agreement is a helpful way to sort of square the circle between the desire of companies to have tax treatment that isn't too different from what's happening in the rest of the world, and the desire of governments to legitimately have fair tax systems. And I would point out that it's very hard to tax capital income without turning to the entity level of tax. In the US case, 75% of US equity income goes untaxed at the individual level by the US government. So if you're not taxing it at the corporate level, you're not taxing it, and you can't have a system that has the fairness objectives that most Americans want, which is to treat labor in a way that isn't terribly disadvantageous relative to capital.
I thank you for that, and I want to turn to, or I want to stick on competitiveness to some degree, but morph the discussion more onto the labor side. And we're going to start with you, Kim. Here's the question, which is, one of the the question is there a trade-off? And do we have to think about the following trade-off? If we make the U.S. tax system more competitive, so that the world is more competitive for American companies, American multinational companies, does that inevitably mean that what we're doing is not having a heavy US tax on the foreign operations of those companies so that they can compete with other countries' companies? But then is that good or bad for American workers, say, in the United States? Like, is there a trade-off between having a system that is competitive and a system that is good for American workers, because if you lighten the tax burden on foreign operations, then doesn't that mean that the companies will employ foreign workers rather than American workers? And do we have to think about that trade-off? Is that a problem? Do we have to maybe, if we care about workers, give up something on competitiveness or not? How should we think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think your question harkens a little bit to this question about complements and substitutes that I know that Eric has done some work on lately. And I think there's other papers, too, that have spoke to this question, yes, including the... So I am of the opinion that the global economy is ultimately very good for US workers, and I wrote a whole book about the value of openness and trade and immigration and global capital, because I think having an open system where we allow global production processes, movement of goods across border, movements of people across borders in a regulated fashion is ultimately the best for the prosperity of the US. So I believe that very firmly. That said, I don't think our tax system should be deliberately distorting choices of investors about where to do things. And the more we can move towards neutrality there, the better. And I don't care for the acronyms either, but I would also damn the other ones at the same time. But in terms of neutrality, what I'm meaning is it doesn't make sense to put a big thumb on the tax playing field in favor of doing things abroad relative to the United States. And I think this is one area where we can sort of pursue US interests without being blatantly protectionist, and that's something we might think of doing. One tiny other add here is that I do think when thinking about competitiveness and when thinking about US workers and when thinking about tax revenue, it behooves us to also remember the incredible concentration of the US corporate tax base and to perhaps distinguish between the typical firm, which may be quite responsive to investment incentives and may be quite competitive, and some of the firms that we're talking about in the international tax space. And there's, a few hundred firms that are 70% of the US tax base, and what drives their competitiveness and how we think about their competitiveness might be very different than how we think about a wheat farmer's competitiveness. Like, I don't think Apple is going to go out of business if the corporate tax rate goes up a few percentage points, right? And that might be a very efficient way to tax them. And so I think it's useful for us to also remember that feature of the landscape when we're thinking about corporate tax policy. And in fact, we might think explicitly about how the behavior of that set of firms might differ from the typical wheat farmer or more competitive firm.
Thank you. Scott, trade-off between competitiveness and helping workers in the United States, or no trade-off?
Yeah, so much to think about. And I do agree with what Kim said, just in the sense that there's more than one paper that shows that there are complements to domestic and foreign employment. I think Kim hit the nail on the head. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if we had a tax system that didn't distort everything? It would be amazing. And Bill Gale mentioned, how awesome it would be if we had a tax on rents. And that seems great. The problem is when you go to do things in the real world, it's kind of hard to figure out what the normal rate of return is, so then how do you tax the rents? And at some level, I think that's almost what GILTI was trying to do. Like, the normal rate of return is 10%, so don't tax that, and then tax whatever happens beyond that. And then that, in and of itself, creates a weird distortion where you try to put your tangible assets abroad. And the attempt to make a non-distortionary tax actually creates distortions. So, I'm in favor of taxing rents, but it's not really that easy to do in practice. I think it's, by and large, complementary to have domestic and foreign and open borders and so forth. And then I guess the last thing I'll just say, kind of related to what Kim said, which is a very interesting feature. There are some giant companies that account for a lot of what we see and hear in the macro data. And so if you take something like 10 companies, the 10 biggest companies, they account for something like 40% of the income that gets shifted abroad. And how do you write a tax system or tax code that deals with that problem? And I sometimes think of it like building codes, like we say, the doors in every house must be 7 feet high or something, but we base those codes on the average height of a human, not on the height of NBA players, because it'd be super inefficient to build every door so that some 7'5" person could walk around comfortably. So it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, you put somebody from Duke on the panel, they want to talk about NBA players, of course. So I'm not sure what sport that is. You mentioned the actual real world. I find the actual real world complicated and messy, and I avoid it whenever possible. Terry, tell us about competitiveness and workers in the United States.
Yeah, thank you, both of you, for your comments. I mean, I will say, I think very differently than academics. I'm not an academic, so I look at these questions and this issue through a very different lens. But I think, in my view, one of the things that was a shortcoming in TCJA is that it did not allow companies an easy way to get their intellectual property back to the US. I think, Kim, you made the comment that there's still a lot of really big companies out there that have a very low tax rate, and you hear other countries complaining about that, and I think that's true. But when you look at, some companies brought IP back, and it was if you were a younger company and your IP was in a first-tier subsidiary, you were able to get it back tax-free using the reorg rules, and a lot of companies did that. I mean, when I was at Gilead, we reorged all of our IP. When we were, a lot tax people, we talk, we share notes. I mean, working in the Silicon Valley, I can tell you a lot of large and small companies in the Silicon Valley were able to bring IP back. I can also tell you, I know of a number of companies that are older and have been around longer, have much more complex structures. Maybe the IP was acquired offshore, it's much deeper in the structure. It's not easily brought back. And so it wasn't even something that could be modeled. I think, you know, the interesting thing about the timing of TCJA was, you know, I joined Gilead in June of 2017, and the law changed in December. But at that time, the BEPS initiative, all of the recommendations had come out, and companies were having to unwind their structures, their IP holding company structures. Everybody had to get their IP out of tax havens, and a lot of modeling was going on to figure out how you were going to do that and where you were going to put it. And I think before tax reform passed, I mean, you know, the modeling scenarios involved, you know, Ireland, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and suddenly, when TCJA passed, you had a new scenario. You could run the U.S. as a modeling scenario, and we did. And I can tell you that you know, when you're moving IP, everybody thinks it's easy. You know, IP is mobile, it's easy to move. It's not easy. It's very complex. You know, there's always a transfer tax. There's a cost when it's moving up front, and then you hope you have a successful product when you're done with all your R&D spend that, you know, gives you some tax benefit on the back end. But when you're unwinding, whether you're putting it offshore or bringing it back, a lot of modeling goes on. I did not see a single NPV analysis that was positive for moving IP offshore after TCJA. We did a lot of modeling. It was all negative NPVs. It no longer made sense. When the tax rate, when the calculus went from 35 cents on the dollar, you know, to 0, that's what we worked with, that differential before tax reform, suddenly went to 21 versus, say, 13, that sort of combined Irish and GILTI rate. There wasn't enough arbitrage to get a positive NPV. And so, you know, for us, when we were done unwinding our double Irish structure, which had to be done because Ireland changed their laws because of the BEPS initiative, the large majority of our R&D pipeline was all in the U.S. And if you look at Gilead today, I was looking at their ESG report. It just came out about a month ago. The tax transparency disclosure is in there. And I know not all companies look at this, but I think at Gilead, we're very proud that post-tax reform, 70% of our revenue was in the U.S., 70% of the tax we paid was in the U.S., 80% of our assets were in the U.S., and 65% of our employees were in the U.S., and we added a lot of jobs after tax reform. So not all companies can say that. I know certainly some of my pharma peers have different profiles, but I also think in fairness to them, their IP's trapped. They cannot get it back. And, you know, TCJA was, for companies that were able to move IP back, it really broadened the base. And, you know, with the lower rate, it was still a very good answer. And I think, you know, the Peterson Foundation just came out with a study about corporate tax receipts. And, you know, because you hear that corporate tax receipts fell right after US tax reform, and that's true when you look at the charts. But if you add the repatriation tax to those first 2 years, it's pretty flat, and then it really starts to take off. In 2021, corporate tax receipts really started to take off, and I think part of that was the fact that, you know, you can't unwind your IP structures in a day or even overnight. It took several years, but by 2021, companies that could bring back IP had brought it back, and I think that was part of what drove that increase.
So, Terry, I want to follow up on that. And admittedly, this is actual real-world stuff, so bear with me. You mentioned that there was an incentive, and to some degree, companies could take advantage of it, not every company, to bring intellectual property that they had been holding in offshore, you know, foreign subsidiaries of some kind, bring it back to the United States. My question is, from the standpoint of the United States, what difference does that make? Why does it matter whether these big companies are locating the intellectual property in the United States versus having it in Ireland or some other foreign location?
I think
What difference does it make?
I think it absolutely matters. When you look at the transfer pricing analysis, IP is the most valuable asset. So, when you're trying to figure out where you're going to allocate income, IP draws the biggest piece of the income. We talk about like QBI being an incentive to put IP offshore. That's such a small, tiny incentive. It's just a routine return. I don't know any company that changed any operational behavior because of QBI. But the amount of profit that IP attracts, that changes behavior. And so if the 21% rate does not stay stable, you will start to see behaviors change again. And I have heard companies already talking about their concerns about that. Should we start putting IP offshore again? Or, because they're trying to hedge their bet. I think, people know that, that 2025 is going to be really, really challenging time. All of these issues come at an incredibly challenging time. The national debt's at an all-time high, deficit spending is out of control. I think the easy answer is, we'll just raise the rate and that'll raise revenue. But if that changes behavior, it may not have the intended result.
Just reading the room here, I think Kim Clausing has something to say about this, but first we're going to go to Scott Dyring for a basketball analogy. Scott, what difference does it make where a company holds its IP? Or another way to put it is, does it matter if the US tax system encourages you to have your intellectual property in the United States versus being in a situation where you're incentivized to have the intellectual property somewhere else?
Well, I don't have off the top of my head a basketball analogy, but I do think in a perfect world where people actually transferred things based on like arm's length transactions, it might not matter that much, but we all know, everybody on the planet knows that doesn't work. And so if the IP is all in abroad, that means more income is going to be abroad, and if the income's abroad and the tax rate is low there, the taxes get paid there. So if you're if you want the income in the US, the tax revenue in the US, you probably want the IP in the US. To me, it's like that simple.
Kim, is it that simple?
I think pharma is a really interesting example because, of course, there's two things we care about. We care about real stuff. Where are the lab coats? Where's the research done? Where's the innovation? Where are the high-wage jobs? Those are extremely important. And where a piece of paper is that says who holds the patent or, the legal stuff that I now am supposed to care about at a law school, that stuff, in a way, doesn't matter as much. But from the US government's perspective, where the pieces of paper are that entitle you to tax that income, where the source of the income truly is, that matters for US revenues. And that's a real choice that the government can make in terms of how to best navigate these trade-offs to get adequate revenue out of our corporate tax system so we can have a fair and reasonable tax base, but also to avoid creating perverse incentives that would drive too much income offshore, right? But the government is the one who cares about the revenue, but for national interest, we care about all these other things too.
Absolutely. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to start with Kim. The TCJA was obviously passed in 2017. Time goes on, and the world changes, and we tend to be focused these days on the reality that many of the TCJA provisions are expiring. But of course, another thing that has changed in the 7 years is that things have changed in the world. And one of the things that is currently changing is we've got the OECD, BEPS 2.0 project going on, and we've got the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 kind of looming out there. And the United States has not signed on to either OECD Pillar 1 or Pillar 2 yet. And we will see what the future brings on that. We do have other countries who are getting kind of ramped up on these things. And I guess my question is, obviously when we introduced GILTI, which was one of the provisions in the 2017 bill, that was, as Kim noted earlier, an overall provision on limiting the extent to which you can have low-taxed intangible income abroad. That is not, or appears not to be, consistent with the OECD Pillar 2 provisions. Question for Kim. How should we think about the TCJA provisions given the, all the developments in the last 7 years, and in particular, the OECD Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 project? Do we need to morph these TCJA provisions? How should we morph them? What should we do?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I think TCJA should be applauded for doing a minimum tax of the type that they did. I don't think it's perfect. I've critiqued it in many ways. But it's way better than the legislation would have been without it. And it was an important starting point for the whole world doing something quite similar and, in my view, a little bit better, right? In the sense that I think the country-by-country feature is extremely important. If you don't have that feature, then there's always an incentive for some countries to be at zero because they know that the tax credits from the higher income countries can...
Pardon me for interrupting. When you say country by country, you mean the OECD Pillar 2?
The OECD Pillar 2 model of a minimum tax is different from the GILTI one. So the GILTI one, global averages, and the OECD one does this country by country thing. And the country by country thing is a bigger break on profit shifting and a bigger break on tax competition because there's really no reason for any country to be below the minimum rate after that point. Now, like I've said, it's not perfect. And I think one thing we should be doing in the years ahead is kind of continuing to work with our partners abroad on making it better. But I think for the US corporate community and for the US national interest, I think it makes sense to better align our current GILTI with what the rest of the world is doing. The OECD has already calculated that 90% of in-scope companies will be affected by things like the under-tax profits rule, or UTPR. And what that is something that helps adopting countries protect their tax base if there are non-adopters. So Canada might worry if they adopt and the United States doesn't, that we will shift income out of the Canadian tax base. And so this gives them an ability to sort of tackle that. But if US companies are global, and so they operate in a lot of countries that are adopting these things, but we also are in a country that does GILTI and BEAT and now CAMT, and it's going to be subject to UTPRs. And so we've got, maybe 5 minimum taxes that US companies are paying in contrast to a more unified regime abroad. So I think there's room for either a bipartisan version of compromise, or I can also imagine another version that is less bipartisan. But in the bipartisan version, you could sort of say, okay, we're going to do this in potentially not a lot of revenue-raising way, but we're going to make our GILTI country by country. We're going to match or slightly exceed the rates that the rest of the world is at the minimum. We're going to turn off CAMT for GILTI payers so that they don't have to deal with that. We're going to address R&E by letting it be refundable over a 4-year window, which is way less expensive than doing it immediately and affordable. And so we could sort of imagine a package that looked sort of like that would actually create more tax certainty for the business community. I think I would prefer a revenue-raising version of that, as many in this room probably realize, which would look like a higher GILTI rate in the US as well. And I think there's room for us to be higher than the lowest common denominator country because we have a lot of other advantages. And so I could talk about other reforms too, but I think it even makes sense to the business community to try to have the US be more aligned with what the rest of the world is doing, because that horse is out of the barn and it's not coming back.
Scott Dyring?
I'm really interested to hear what Terry has to say about this, but as an accountant, the one accountant here, when I start thinking about the BEPS Pillar 2 and what we currently have already with the CAMT, I start thinking about how complicated things are getting. So let's think about this. You have to calculate, if you're a US firm, your income with US GAAP. Then you have to calculate your income for tax purposes under a sort of different set of rules. Then you have to recalculate your income with adjusted financial accounting income for purposes of the corporate alternative minimum tax. And now we're going to have to calculate tax to kind of make the OECD happy, which if you're a US firm will be a different set of adjustments to your GAAP income. And then if you're a foreign firm, you're going to use IFRS maybe as your base, or possibly your local GAAP as your base, and all of those things are different. And what we're trying to do is come up with a common base to tax. And I think people who are not accountants don't necessarily think about how complicated that is becoming and how massive those compliance costs could possibly be. And we're doing it for how big a return. The returns might be big, but I think as Bill Gale said, the estimates are noisy, ranging from like 8 or 9 billion of revenue loss per year in the US to like 100 billion of revenue. Well, 100 billion is like way bigger than 10 billion. And so if the potential return is 10 and the cost is huge, that's completely different than if the potential return is 100 and the costs are huge. And so when I think of this from an accountant's point of view, and all of the poor accountants that we're training as accounting professors, I think like they're just gonna, it just makes my head explode. So that's the way I think about one way to think about the complications that are coming our way with the OECD and the BEPS project.
Thank you, that's very helpful. The only place I'll push back is say, even we non-accountants do have to think about how messy it is, because if you have any accountant friends, they rant at you constantly about this. Can't get away from it. Terry, what should we, should we morph our TCJA provisions, given the OECD pressures that we're facing now? OECD-led pressures from the rest of the world? Yeah,
I think, for me, when I think about layering Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 into the equation, I'm really glad I retired when I did. But, one thing I think TCJA did not simplify things. I mean, I don't know how many people in this room have ever actually touched a tax return. But as head of tax for several multinational companies, I've been reviewing and signing them for many years. And I can say that pre-TCJA, the tax return that I signed would fit in a 3-inch binder. First year after, had to go in a 6-inch binder. Double the number of pages. I mean, it's ridiculous. And now you look at Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 coming on top of that, and I guess it makes my head explode too. I honestly think that when we really have to start doing it, I think it will probably collapse under the weight of its own complexity, but it doesn't seem to be going away. So, I mean, I think with Pillar 1, having worked for a company that now has the majority of their intellectual property in the US and 70% of their income in the US, I think Pillar 1's a terrible idea. Why should we be ceding our US tax base to other jurisdictions? Because it's a money grab against the residual profit that's generated by the intellectual property that none of these countries had anything to do with. And so I think that the country that, invests and funds that intellectual property and should get the benefit of the profit associated with it. Pillar 2 is, I think I shared this before, but I mean, we sort of started it, right? We started it with GILTI, and if you remember what the GILTI acronym stands for, Global Low Taxed Intangible Income, we sort of taunted other countries to come up with something so that it would no longer be low taxed, right? So, GILTI, it seems to me, almost by its design, was intended to go away if other countries no longer had low taxed income, which the BEPS initiative, I think, was pretty effective at, getting a lot of tax base out of the tax havens. I just find that the concepts on it and the way it is going to have to be applied is just incredibly complex. I think the compliance costs are going to be enormous. And even for countries where you may not even owe $1 of Pillar 2 tax, you're still going to have some compliance burden to prove that you don't. And that just feels very inefficient and wrong and very burdensome. So.
Thank you. Your story about the 6-inch binder is, evocative, although the junior staffers in the room right now are saying, what's a binder? Look, I think all of our panelists, to one degree or another, have agreed that the TCJA reframed the United States position, as in terms of, relative to other countries and as a global competitor. And we can quibble about different aspects of that, and we can, and of course it's a changing landscape as we just discussed. But clearly Congress has work to do. We're in the right place, to say that. And please join me in thanking Kim, Scott, and Terry for a really enlightening discussion.
You're welcome to stay here or move to another comfortable seat. Okay, so folks, good afternoon. We made it to the afternoon. Congratulations. Thank you for all staying. I have the distinct honor and the benefit of getting the last word. So this has been a great conference, and I want to thank all of our really amazing panelists and moderators. Really important insights. I think we got a good dose of academic analysis that we might not have expected or bargained for this morning, but we got it anyway. And we got a good dose of reality from the corporate world, how they experience the law, how they continue to deal with it and think about it going forward. So I'm going to just, if you give me about 15 minutes, I'm going to wrap this up here, provide a little commentary of what we heard, and then suggest a framework and a set of priorities as policymakers consider how to approach next year's massive fiscal cliff, let's call it. Okay, so first on the first panel on myths and misconceptions surrounding the TCJA. It's clear that the law has been poorly understood and misconstrued in several ways, right? I see this as part of a larger problem with the tax code. It's way too complex. We just heard that in the realm of international tax. It has been said that the tax code is about 10 times the size of the Bible, but contains no good news. Who said that? That was Senator Don Nichols, as I understand it. Said it about 20 years ago. What's happened in the meantime? More complexity, right? More words in the tax code through thousands of changes, literally thousands of changes beyond the TCJA. Who can be expected to understand a tax code that is so long and complex? Not taxpayers. Even experts can only really grasp parts of the tax code by specializing, for instance, in certain types of business tax provisions or individual provisions. Our policymakers also struggle to keep track of it all. The making of TCJA did not happen overnight, as we heard. It was years in the making, including discussion drafts going back more than 5 years prior to its enactment. It was a complex trade-off of many issues that took years to resolve. Nor did the TCJA pay for itself. It's in the name. It was a tax cut. It was designed to be a tax cut. Simplification of our tax code would give less space to mythology and misconceptions. The various benefits and cost of the TCJA would probably be better understood today by all if the tax code itself were simpler. Simplification would improve outcomes in many ways. It would improve policymaking just by making it more understandable to policymakers and making them more aware of the various trade-offs. And of course, simplification would reduce the time and money spent by taxpayers trying to understand and comply with the tax code. Latest estimate from the IRS indicates that Americans spend about 8 billion hours a year trying to comply with the tax code, costing us about $300 billion or more in lost productivity. Most of that cost is due to complicated business income taxes, as we've heard discussed today. Getting to those complicated business provisions, the domestic panel discussed the importance of getting the corporate tax rate down. As was discussed, leading up to the TCJA, the U.S. had the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world, 35% plus state taxes. It was the driving force behind the TCJA, as both parties recognized the imperative of getting the corporate tax rate down closer to the level found in other countries. The TCJA brought the federal corporate tax rate down to 21%, and with state taxes, that gave us a combined rate competitive with other countries, somewhere in the middle of rates found in the OECD. Such a large drop in the corporate tax rate greatly improved the investment climate in the U.S., making many more projects economically viable. The panelists also discussed the importance of getting the business tax base right so that businesses can fully deduct the cost of investment. Expensing is the way to do that, as it allows businesses to fully deduct investment cost in the year incurred. TCJA increased expensing for equipment to 100% through what's called bonus depreciation, you heard, but it did so on a temporary basis. Today, only 60% of equipment can be expensed. Next year, 40%, then 20%, and it fully expires the year after that. Policy of bonus depreciation has been shown in many studies, including by Eric Zwick's, to substantially improve incentives to invest. However, the TCJA went backwards on R&D, as we heard, taking away expensing after 2021 and requiring companies to amortize those expenses over 5 years domestically or 15 years for foreign-sided R&D. And the TCJA left the tax treatment of structures like factories and offices largely untouched, meaning those investment costs today take more than 25 years to recover without any adjustment for inflation or the time value of money. The careful studies on the economic impacts of the TCJA distinguish between short-term and long-term benefits, as you heard discussed. It takes years, even more than a decade, for these effects to fully unfold. Eric Zwick and his co-authors have a great paper looking at the first 2 years of the TCJA after it was enacted, finding a 20% increase in business investment in those 2 years. They then used that data to model effects over the long term, finding the benefits continue to accrue some 15 or 20 years later. That is, we are still feeling the economic benefits of the TCJA. Some of this year's economic growth is due to the TCJA. Some of next year's economic growth is due to the TCJA. Other papers look at wage effects in the first 2 years, but again, careful studies show it takes much longer than that to see the full effects on the labor market that result from increased business investment. It can take a decade or longer to build out new factories and add equipment, hire and train workers, and at least that long for the improved tools to show up as higher worker productivity and commensurately higher wages. Not every change in the TCJA was a home run. As mentioned, it went backwards on R&D. Much of the law was made temporary, reducing the long-run economic benefits. And in some ways, it further complicated the tax code, with special deductions for some businesses, for instance. Turning to the discussion of international provisions, it's clear that another driving force behind the TCJA was our uncompetitive tax treatment of foreign income. Prior to the TCJA, we had a complicated worldwide tax system, subjecting the foreign income of US-based multinationals to the 35% corporate tax rate, again, the highest in the developed world. Most of our peers had simpler tax systems that largely exempted foreign income from domestic tax, leaving other countries to tax those profits. Major US companies were literally changing their residence to get out from under the burdensome US tax rules, a process called inversion, as you heard mentioned. Profit shifting was also a major concern, as US companies found various ways to move profits offshore to legally avoid the US tax burden. By lowering the corporate tax rate and implementing a more standard exemption of foreign income, the TCJA ended the phenomenon of corporate inversions completely, as far as we can tell. It also encouraged companies to move their profits back to the US, boosting US tax revenue. However, it made business taxes more complicated in a few ways, particularly through new provisions aimed at preventing more profit shifting out of the US, such as the so-called GILTI and BEAT provisions you heard discussed. As with the domestic provisions, it will take years to see the full effects of the changes to the international rules. And some key questions are yet to be resolved, like to what degree did the law reduce profit shifting and what provisions in particular had the biggest effects. Going forward, how should lawmakers approach the expiring provisions of the TCJA? Again, almost the entire individual tax code is as well as the state tax provisions are set to return to pre-TCJ levels at the end of next year. And the future of key business provisions are also up for debate, namely bonus depreciation, R&D expensing, and limits on the deductibility of net interest expense. I recommend pursuing three main goals in this process. Number one, you may have guessed it, simplification of the tax code. As mentioned, we have an absurdly complex tax code, especially on the business side. It is long past time to consider fundamental reforms to ease the burden of complying with the tax code, make it more transparent and understandable, and more administrable for the IRS. Number two, reduce the economic drag of the tax code. This is, again, largely an issue on the business side of the tax code. Over the long term, economic prosperity, including higher wages and better job opportunities, depends to a large degree on innovation and robust business investment. Think about where innovation comes from. It comes largely from businesses looking to find better ways to satisfy the needs of consumers. Through greater innovation and investment, better tools for workers are created, as are better consumer products. Everything from computers and software to cars and home appliances. The tax code should not penalize businesses for making these investments, not if we truly seek sustainable economic growth. Number three, lawmakers should also be fiscally responsible. That's a tall order. The federal government's budget trajectory is not sustainable. Trillion-dollar deficits cannot go on forever. We're already seeing some of the cost of excessive deficits and debt, including high inflation and high interest rates. The federal government this year will spend more on interest on the debt than it will on defense. That's the first time ever for that to occur. The main drivers of the debt going forward are unsustainable growth rates in benefits for Social Security and Medicare. That has to be tackled sooner or later, and the sooner the better. But on the tax side, lawmakers should not make matters worse by pursuing irresponsible policies that worsen the country's debt burden. The most important measure of the debt burden is the debt to GDP ratio, which is about 100% currently and set to grow to more than 160% over the next 30 years if policies are not changed. You will note that measure, debt to GDP, includes GDP. The more GDP we have, the larger the economy, the lower the debt to GDP ratio. As well, a growing economy is key to generating the tax revenue the federal government needs to pay its expenses and reduce the debt. So the numerator and the denominator of that ratio depends on economic growth, okay? Economic growth is a primary determinant of the country's debt burden. More generally, all three of these goals are self-reinforcing. Simplification of the tax code would free up armies of accountants, lawyers, and lobbyists to do something more productive. That's kind of a frightening image. Fiscal responsibility and economic growth together will help us avoid a looming debt crisis, resulting in less inflation, lower interest rates, and ultimately a higher standard of living. A fourth goal, last goal. Fourth goal of this process should be consensus. Building consensus among policymakers and other stakeholders around key measures will make the law more stable and more likely to be continued under different leadership in Congress and the White House. We heard that emphasized particularly in the first panel. Stability of the law is important for economic growth, important for businesses, investors, and other taxpayers as they plan for the future. One of the most pro-growth features of the TCJA was the lower corporate tax rate. If it was not made permanent, businesses would not have increased investment nearly as much as they did, and the broader economy would have suffered. Lastly, lawmakers should see 2025 as an opportunity to consider more fundamental tax reforms. While the TCJA addressed some of the deficiencies of the tax code, it by no means addressed them all. As mentioned, it hit upon a good idea, some might say a great idea, with expensing, but failed to apply it to all assets or make it permanent. Another major problem that remains is the double taxation of corporate income, which continues to be subject to tax at the entity level through corporate taxes and then again at the shareholder level through taxes on capital gains and dividends. The TCJA reduced the corporate tax, thus reducing the problem, but other countries have gone further by fundamentally overhauling their system of business taxation. Estonia has entirely eliminated the double taxation of corporate dividends by replacing the corporate tax with a tax on distributed profits. We find Estonia's tax system to be exceptionally simple and neutral. While it raises sufficient tax revenue on par with other countries, it has relatively little distortionary effects on economic decision-making. As a result, in our annual publication, the International Tax Competitiveness Index, we rank Estonia #1, and we have every year for the last 10 years. US lawmakers could learn a lot from Estonia. We did a study last year in which we simulated the effects of fundamentally reforming our tax system along the lines of the Estonian income tax, finding it would boost economic growth substantially and save taxpayers $100 billion a year or more in compliance cost, while raising about the same amount of tax revenue as our current system. The study can be found on our website. Please go check it out. Another fundamental tax reform with a strong track record abroad is universal savings accounts. These accounts operate similarly to our tax-advantaged retirement accounts, but they are much simpler and less restrictive, allowing people to save for any purpose on a tax-free basis. Canada and the UK have shown the way here, demonstrating that universal savings accounts are much more popular than tax-advantaged retirement accounts, particularly for low and middle-income households. Lawmakers in the US have spent decades trying to get low and middle-income households to save more through various complicated incentives. They should take a look at universal savings accounts. We have a paper coming out on the topic, which will be posted on our website next week. Please go check it out. Finally, the international tax rules should be fundamentally rethought and simplified. The current approach of layering on minimum tax upon minimum tax while leaving in place multiple other complicated backstops to prevent profit shifting is simply not tenable, as you heard discussed in the last panel. It has reached a point where the compliance costs likely exceed any plausible gains in terms of tax revenue. Here, more than anywhere else in the tax code, lawmakers should pursue tax reform by subtraction. Remove those parts of the tax code that are redundant, overly complicated, and burdensome. There's a real question as to what can be achieved with a corporate tax in a world of globalization where there will always be competition for investment. It's a fact that the corporate tax is not a major source of tax revenue in any country outside of Norway, because of special oil and gas sources of there for the corporate tax. In every other OECD country, it is not even a top 3 revenue source. The primary revenue sources in developed countries are number 1, consumption taxes, number 2, payroll taxes, number 3, individual income taxes. Corporate taxes come in 4th place. So are there better tools here available, particularly if we're concerned about tax revenue? That seems to answer itself. Other sources of revenue, such as consumption taxes, that might produce better results. Lawmakers should grapple with these questions, among others, as they confront the expiration of major parts of the TCJA next year. Did I mention we have a great website that provides a lot of resources? Please go check it out. One thing is for sure, we are at an important juncture in terms of tax policy. We at the Tax Foundation are here to help lawmakers achieve the best possible outcome for taxpayers, the economy, and the country as a whole. And with that, I'll conclude the conference, but again want to thank all of you for attending, all of you for attending online, and again, thank all of our great moderators, panelists. It's been very enlightening, and with that, the conference concludes. Thank you.